Team Aster's turn to pick. Tundra Esports turn.
The undying waits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn.
Visage. Bloodseeker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Still morphling?
Team Aster's turn to ban. Naga Siren. Ten seconds Tundra remaining. Esports turn to ban.
This is a great pick.
What?
This is like the best carry in the game versus Visage.
Nagasar.
Best carry in the game versus Visage.
I mean, nobody plays Nagasar.
It's good though, because they're baiting, because Tundra wants them to morphling. Because that's the morphling answer.
10
and then they Naga,
seconds
which actually
remaining.
owns Visage all game.
5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Huh? Yeah. If no tiebreaker, but very likely, very high chance tiebreaker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban.
The Rain Shaman, prepping for the playoffs.
Tundra Esports
Yeah. No,
turn
it's
to
not. Yeah,
ban.
what?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick.
Bad Rider!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Good read.
remaining.
What are you reading?
It's a bit jangy survivor things.
No, what are they saying?
They'll just let certain things to do. Like, best thing.
Like fully scan is the best, right?
No.
Really?
Well, they're not talking about that. They talk about, like, what modifiers to set.
Oh, okay. They ban all 3 Naga counters too. I don't know. I like this opener a lot from Aster. Now you just have to make sure that you have ways to get on top of Zeus if they're gonna pick it.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
The sack!
Oh,
Let's. Oh,
but that means that Io's paired with the offlaner, which
10 seconds remaining.
what? It was it.
5
So
seconds
do offlane and die?
remaining.
Was that not good?
I don't know. Maybe. I like Aster's draft right now. Actually, it actually looks very nice. It's just having a secondary hero.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Raise!
Raise.
Oh,
Is that first hero?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
oh, you know why? 9 goes Razor mid with Blade Mail.
Or against Lash?
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
There you go.
Damn, Neil on top of it. That was the first thing I was gonna mention too. Hell yeah.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban. Tundra Esports turn to ban.
This is interesting. Can't believe Techies made it that late. Oh, Techies looks good. Oh.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick.
Yeah, he wants something else. He wants like a brewmaster. Like,
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
oh, Darkseer looks pretty very Bloodseeker, yeah.
Tundra Esports turn to
Tide Hunter.
Beast or Mars or Tide. Yeah, Tide.
Dark.
choose your hero.
And they just move the Visage to support.
What's done? Uh-oh.
That looks awkward for
Was it
Tundra.
not good?
I don't know. It doesn't looks a little weird for Tundra. I don't know. This should be interesting. This should be a fun game.
Yep, that's right. Thank you very much,
got it,
Neil.
buddy.
Yeah, looking forward to one that we're getting. I mean, Fog, what do you make of this one? We're getting the Owie Visage coming in Tundra's lineup. Yeah. It's a Tundra lineup.
It's very much so.
As the panel said, this mid-raiser that we had before, and it did work out.
Yes.
So, is it going to work out here, or do you like Aster's lineup?
I think both sides have a lot of merits. A bit of question marks around the Visage support if it will work out, but you can see why they did it. You know, Brian mentioned it toward the end there. Naga is, in my opinion, and I think actually just statistically, the worst matchup for core-to-core matchup, you know, Naga versus that Visage. So they wanted to flex it, they want to move it around and go for some different stuff here. Now let's see if it works. I mean, it's a very different approach. I don't think anyone really runs Visage support anymore because it's not the same as it used to be. Soul Assumption is still very strong for laning phase and stuff like that, but you tend to play around birds and act as a pseudo frontliner. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. I'm looking forward to vacuum bird stun, resummon bird stun, stuff like that for the Wombo combo. But looking at Aster, they're more about kind of the Wombo combo. They have Song, Ravage, Tombstone to kind of set things up here too. And we're going to have to see if, you know, got to mention 9 since, you know, they did pick this Razor to counter Lesh. Will he go Blade Mail? Will it work because of the extra layers of heal that's going to be coming out from IO Undying? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, so far, when it comes to kind of the lane setup, you know, outside of that mid, I mean, who's going to be having a tough time, do you feel? Like, the impact of the Visage from the support position, you know, where does it feel the strongest, or would you imagine it still feels the strongest? Is it going to be the early game, the laning presence?
Early game laning presence, yeah. I think Blood Grenade might actually make this... I'm looking forward to seeing it because I want to see how the potential of it, because I think Blood Grenade might actually make this really good. Just for the lane. Because you Blood Grenade, you get like 2 or 3 spells, and you're going to get like 2 or 3 Soul Assumptions. If you get a third Soul Assumption, pretty much any hero in the game is dead in the laning phase. So let's see how it ends up working out here and how much aggression they can actually pose with it. As they're going to send Snaking top with 33, and they're going to have Owie laning bottom with this.
What's this to try and dodge or to try and force in terms of matchups?
They want the bat in particular versus the Naga Siren with this Darkseer. Now they actually have ways to kill the illusions, right? They have an Ion Shell, they have Flame Break plus Firefly. You can actually do some decent damage. 33, it still looks like it's going to be a tough lane for him in particular because he's
dead.
And yeah, he's just gone.
They are going to be able to get that first blood there. 33, not able to run away at level 1, of course, with just the Iron Shell.
Yeah, but I think this is, either way, it's like this is the lane setup that they kind of got to do. And the Visage versus the IO bottom, you could get some decent burst damage with a Bloodseeker. And Bloodseeker, I see he's got Blood Rage level 1, so Blood Rage plus Soul Assumption 2. Some cool, interesting stuff. I mean, it's Tundra. They've always got some stuff there they've got figured out, so.
We'll see if they are able to bully XXS and Baboka at all in this bottom lane. It'll be difficult though. A lot of sustain here between them. XXS, a tanky lad.
And even though they did get that kill up top on 33, I believe Monet actually did not get many of the last hits on the waves. He skilled net level 1, but they killed him even without it, so actually ends up missing like 3 or 4 last hits under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, obviously having that early point in there, maybe it'll set up for another chance to kill him despite 33,
yeah,
you know, having potential to put the points into Surge.
I mean, I'm always a fan of having like the 1-1-1 skill build on the Naga Sirens. Yeah. I know a lot of the carry players are very anti getting those early net points, but it's really good, honestly, especially if you have a bullying support like this that can just set up for solo kills, so I don't mind that he gets it level 1. It's a little awkward, but whatever.
Yeah, CS in the mid lane seems pretty even right now.
Yeah.
Is this to be expected? Not really a matchup that we see a lot. And well, obviously we saw the other time that Tundra did pick this mid Razor, but Razor against Lesh, not the common occurrence in the mid lane at this patch.
I don't think it's so much about the lane that Nine wanted. The lane he can do fine, but it's not like he's gonna ever like beat a Lesh. Lesh is gonna be able to farm fine because you can't get Link. Look at the movement speed. You have 45 movement speed advantage on a Lesh over a Razor, so getting a good connection with Link is very unlikely. But he is gonna keep his own. He's gonna hold pretty much dead even with Sumail throughout this laning phase, rather than bullying him.
Sure, and then the whole plan is to get this Blade Mail as we saw him do before, and then anytime the Lesh turns up to a fight, make sure you're there as well in return.
If that's the idea, if he does actually go the Blade Mail. I think the heals maybe dissuade him from going for it, but we'll see. He might just do it anyway. Because I'm just wondering if the IO plus like the Undying and stuff like that, plus eventual, they'll have auras really early on.
Sure. I mean, but then what kind of build are you going as mid-Razor?
Like, good question.
What else do you think you could be Ethereal?
It's usually, I mean, I think it's just strictly BKB most of the times, but I'm not sure because I don't really see this hero too much anymore. I still think he can go Blade Mail BKB, but I'm just wondering if he's going to alter because of the heals and stuff.
I mean, so far in the lanes, definitely Monet having the tougher of the times.
Yeah.
Even though he did have that involvement in the first blood, not having the easiest of times CSing against 33 and snaking.
It's definitely not the easiest lane because he's under kill threat constantly.
Yeah, that snaking's trying to get in underneath the tower. Point in there, of course, will hold back the Batrider, but the Surge comes in.
Firefly.
They're just going to continue to cause issues for Monet here.
Okay, they've got Tombstone. They'll push him off. I don't believe snaking was Ion Shelled either. I think 33 was low mana. But yeah, they have so much magic damage. 33, he's going to die for this aggression.
I mean, this is good for us. You know, sure, they're not getting the CS, but getting these kills, I'm going to give Mono that nice XP, and
he needs those kills.
As long as he's able to sort of survive through this lane and against this aggression from Tundra, you know, Mono's going to be able to catch up.
Yeah, he needs these kills though in the lane because he is getting slowed down a ton on last hits. He's actually 400 gold behind the Bloodseeker. So Skitter just being able to sit in his lane since he's a Bloodseeker versus Tide, he's perfectly fine in this one. As you said, Monet. Every time Firefly is up, like Snaking's just going to burn down the illusions. They can go for kill threat if Monet's not careful. The bonk back, a blood grenade, and then just a Surge Ion Shell. The thing that's going to push them away from doing that every time will be the Tombstone, so... cooldown in particular.
Mid lane.
Dead even.
Sumail able to keep Nine very low though. Water runes have already been taken. It's just down to the stick charges and the Pharaoh Fire, so Nine's going to have to be a bit careful around this next wave or so.
They're like 60 gold difference between the two of them there, but yeah, Sumail having this raindrop actually protecting him a lot. Nine not having one. They'll be able to absorb a lot of the harassment as bottom.
They're trying to get aggressive here, but the sustain's coming out from Baboka. XXS, he's going to be okay.
Can't go for him. There's an IO.
I feel that that's probably going to be the story of this bottom lane for quite some time now. Like, will there ever be the opening for Bloodseeker and Visage to have enough damage to overcome one of these two heroes in this combo?
Perhaps when Skitter hits 6, if the Tide doesn't have just like an instant TP, because if you rupture him, he just instantly TPs out or something, so we'll have to see about that. I think you have to go for the IO, but it's never going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, XXS is always going to be able to step up and try and bully you back from the IO.
9 might just get dove here in the mid lane. They have a tombstone available.
This looks to be a short kill. TPs are coming in, but nothing can be done there to save 9 from the gang.
Okay, Sumail low on mana. I can't actually go for the play here, but they're rotating the IO over Baboka. He's got a healing Lotus up. He's actually going pretty aggressive.
Not going to have enough damage to take down Pichu.
No, but it's around the 6-minute power rune, so Sumail, he's going to be able to... Oh, I say he's going to be able to get the bottom rune, but Aoi sneaks his way through. Nicely done. 3-0, but the gold actually favoring Tundra, just because of the difference between the Bloodseeker and this Naga Siren, the way that these lanes are going. Bloodseeker absolutely free farming Naga, even though Monet's gotten a kill, getting slowed down. 24 last hits. That's one of the lowest I think I've seen.
It's not been an easy lane for him, but I feel he's going to be able to recover though.
I do too.
I don't think it's too concerning really for Monet that he's having this slow start. I think it's going to be alright.
Because how many, like, he's not getting bullied out of the lane or anything like that so much because of, but he's, I guess, just getting a couple misses because of the aggression that they posed onto him there. So slowed down mildly, but yeah, he's level 5. Treads are done. He goes to jungle and he's able to outpace a Bloodseeker's kind of farm, even if he has this type of incredible lane. But Skater is large. I believe he has Phase Javelin already. So maybe, yeah, Phase Javelin, they have Rupture. As long as they have some way to stop XXS from just TPing out, then they can maybe pose a kill threat onto him.
I mean, which they kind of don't, right?
They don't have the best stuns.
Not until 6 is on Aoi, or... No. And then outside of that, it's going to have to be like 33 with a vacuum, but he's probably not going to be looking to go down bottom anytime soon.
They're very limited on stuns.
And you know, the 2 supports, they need to hit 6. So... Rupture could be hard to use early on, because yeah, TPs are going to be the name of the game for Aster.
Yeah, maybe
top lane, snaking. He's going to get punished this time.
Tombstone too good.
And you know, I mean, Monet, he's getting involved in his action. 1-0-2, low on the CS,
33.
but been a few attempts on his life that have been unsuccessful. 33 is going to go for the TP out, and he will make it away. Sumail not able to provide enough damage at this stage to kill him off in time. So 33 will live, but this is opening up space for Monet now to have a free top lane. Yeah, this Naga Siren's going to be fine. I think it's going to become a problem. I mean,
I agree.
What are sort of Tundra's best measures to deal with a Naga Siren that does get space? Well, see, over in the mid lane, TPs, it's the name of the game. They drop a Rupture, TP out.
We're going to see that so much.
It's going to be perfectly fine. It's going to be difficult to use this early strength that Skeeter's managed to amass, I feel.
Yep, I definitely agree with you there. The things that they do have to do with Naga Siren, though, is, I mean, they will have a lot of magic damage overall throughout the game to clear it.
And they're going to put Ravage for this.
And okay.
Ravage into the stun. Skeeter's gone. Sumail joins forces with XXS to take down the carry.
And now they have Meteor Hammer, so they can actually potentially start setting up for a push here. 9 is going to swing back around. There's a sentry prep for him.
They're going to turn us down the ground. 9.
He's in trouble.
He is in a whole lot of trouble. Not just Skeeter going down on the bottom lane, 9 as well. I know the gold it's only less than 1k, but already some early signs that I feel are a little concerning for Tundra.
Definitely.
I feel like Aster, they're going to be very happy with this opening.
And it's easier for them to, I would say, overall make these kind of plays because they have stuns and disables. So for Tundra, see how they end up fixing all of this. Aoi, I feel like he has to find his level 6.
Oh, look at that as well.
XXS, the meteor hammer. I like it.
You're not getting into that gate. And the stun. Sumail's able to catch Aoi before the TP out is there. There's just no escape.
Finding kill after kill after kill. Tower's going to get pressured really early here from this Edict and Meteor Hammer too. Setting the tempo. 7-0. Even though that, as we said, the gold, you know, they're farming a very Tundra kind of thing, but they are.
It just seems difficult for Tundra's heroes to kill Aster's heroes, you know. They're going to be beefy, they're going to be tanky, they're going to have sustain, have both supports, able to provide backup, heals. So for Tundra to find openings to actually get kills this game, I think it's pretty difficult.
And Razor's died twice already. So he is 1,500 gold behind Sumail. I don't think you can do any... I don't know. Does he actually still have to just go Blade Mail? This feels awkward now.
It's super tough to play out for a mid-Razor from this sort of position, absolutely.
2 deaths really hurt. They knew how to play around it. I mean, they did. This has kind of been Aster's forte throughout since they got Sumail. Playing around him, right? Rotation from the Undying to the mid lane to set him up for success, and then, I mean, they did just have that sentry down bottom, but blow up 9 instantly.
Top, they're going to look for Pichu as Snaking. He's diving in, but they're a little hesitant.
He's too tanky.
Oh, I'm fully committing for this Undying.
This is going to go down, I think.
He's trying to take out the Tombstone. He'll get the Tombstone. And the lasso. Oh, he gets the kill. Snaking. Getting the first kill on the board for Tundra here.
I didn't see the Ion Shell, actually. It's impossible to see on Batrider. So I actually didn't think that he had it on him. I think that maybe caught the Undying off guard a little bit, that extra bit of damage. All right, Snake Strikes back.
Dyer's
A little bit of something here for Tundra, and they should be able to put the pressure onto the tier 1 top.
And Snake's farmed. All things considered, he does have a drums, so he is pretty close to his Razor's net worth. I mean, I guess not too surprising because Snaking always does farm a lot, but Aster, they're going to keep fighting. They have Ravage back up. They're set up around mid lane.
And these fights are still going to be scary for 9 to turn up to. You know, he gets caught by the Ravage into the stun for Sumail. They'll easily have the damage to dispose of this Razor.
Yeah, and I'm still not feeling the effect of, you know, they have to move this Visage, as we said, from 3 position because he was playing versus the Naga side. Not feeling it right now.
9.
And 9.
Steps up, he's going to get caught by Gush. XXS, he's holding back on using the Ravage. He doesn't feel that 9's worth it.
I was checking to see if there was a blood grenade on someone, but oh, look at this. Oh, it's juicy.
All right, they'll take that. What, triple ancient stack?
Yeah, 3 or 4. Oh my, they get all of it.
They really do. They really do. Aster.
Go for top tower, probably. They might even just reload for top, actually. Yeah, Monet, he's got the setup.
Yeah, the net's there. Sumail able to line up the stun. 33, is there any chance of running? He'll get the surge off. And Sumail is low on mana. 33 with 6 charges, he'll live this one.
Okay.
He'll live throughout this. He'll manage to get out of there. They'll, you know, take Sumail back over to the triangle here for Boke on the way back.
And we are seeing 9. He knows. He's like, I can't do blade mail. He's going BKB. So has to take a little bit of a deviating path because he's so far behind at this point. He can't just have him
and as you say, you know, with the way that the draft ended up,
yes,
blade mail would have been. You'd have to have been super far ahead and just got it super fast for it to have impact.
Absolutely. You have to have like You have to have won the lane and kind of
Yeah.
snowball kill the Cutlash maybe once or twice to be able to have that an advantage item. As Rob sure used bottom. XXS. I mean, he gets tethered up. I believe the mech is soon coming out for Baboka. They have Ravage available. But Tundra's still farming. All things. So it's 7-1. This is just the Tundra special. They
want to smoke up around snaking.
Okay.
You know, the supports are strong now that Howie's also hit the 6.
They've got stuns finally.
So these two backing up 9. Maybe if they find someone alone, they can get the kill.
Snay does have level 4 Firefly as well too, an insane amount of damage. They can kill Monet if they find him. As long as they find that real one.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
Rotation's coming in though. Aster, they do not want to let them poke this tower. Bloodstone finished up to Sumail. He is feeling pretty unkillable at this point unless they full focus fire him and the IO's not there or something like that. But Sumail with a very early Bloodstone pop.
Nothing to be done with that there. I mean,
Doesn't get anything.
Howie able to avoid that movement. The 3 of them were trying to kind of circle around him, but Howie a step ahead.
They've got the pipe on 33, so it's starting to at least look for like the early game solutions, right? That Lesh is going to be the one that's running around mostly playing the aggression while Monet farms, so this will be nice. If 33 turns up to a lot of these fights with the pipe, he could just kind of turn the tides of it there versus this Lesh. If they're able to tank through the damage, that is. Still definitely not the easiest, but it's going to be a bit of a farm game here.
I mean, who does that favor in your opinion when it comes down to these teams' cores?
Good question. Kind of like Aster's, but just because they have so much team fight. Now, I'm not sure how the wall is actually gonna, what the wall is really gonna do so much in this game too, but I'm unsure. The Bloodseeker core-to-core matchup versus the Naga Siren can definitely go both ways, depending on how the timings of those items do come out. If Skeeter's able to actually keep at pace with the Naga, he could definitely transition he could scale pretty damn hard. Because the itemization is natural for a Bloodseeker versus Naga. You can just, you know, either Gleipnir, Mjolnir, etc., stuff like that, BKBs. Mech's online though, so Aster can definitely kick tempo up here a bit here with Lesh, with the Sumail being so strong with the backup. Especially because 9 is still road to recovery. He's actually switched the build. He's gone for Yasha now, so incredibly fragile on this Razor.
Top staking. They get caught. The hammer's there in time from XXS.
I love that we're seeing this again, actually. I feel like it just disappeared from the meta, and now we're only seeing one hero in the game by Meteor Hammer, and it's the Tidehunter.
We get it sometimes on Doom.
Yeah, I don't like that, though.
You don't like it?
No, I don't really like it so much. 9? Good play up top here.
Do have the relocate coming in, and XXS will have potential with the Ravage to turn this around. They'll lose Pichu, but may have the chance to set up a 9 in return. Actually, out with the Familiars. They're in with the Familiars done onto the 2 of them. And Samael, he cannot heal. Bloodstone heal. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? No. He's gone. 9 survives, takes the double. They'll turn towards XXS. He tries for a TP out. They might not be able to stop it with a stun, but they'll stop it with the damage.
Wow. Hey, that was the pipe, I guess. Blocked how much? Blocked like all the damage. It felt like they could just easily focus firing him there. Nobody took anything. That was actually pretty surprising. So cool. 9 decides to go for, of course, as we saw, like the Yasha, and he's going for S and Y. I guess we're seeing why. Because if he's going to be rallied around the Darkseer, he's actually very tanky versus this magic.
Yeah, I think that caught Aster by surprise.
Definitely.
They felt that they could kind of go all in on that fight. And
I mean, look at
not the case. They just didn't have the numbers in terms of their damage output.
Look at the fight recap if we did bring it up. I mean, there's 3k damage done. I mean, it goes away, but it was 3k damage done from Aster, 9,000 damage done from the side of Tundra, 5,000 just from the Razor himself.
I'm definitely seeing the potential there of 9, and indeed there we have 33, that pipe pickup moments before this fight, absolutely making a difference and ensuring that Samael, he barely gets to do any damage at all despite pumping out all the spells. Let's see what the next move's going to be. All throughout that, Monet was finding space, same to be said for Skeeter, both carries, farming away, Monet having the slight edge. Manta done, and 600 gold away from having the Orchid.
That was a huge hit, though, really.
Yeah,
they're just keeping it back. Like you said, they're still farming, but it's definitely some concerns when it came to team fights there. They just showed they can take the fight, especially if they keep this Razor alive. Aster needed to get kind of the ideal connection there where they actually get the chain stun, right? The Ravage into the stun from the left, but they weren't quite able to because 9 is speedy. He's able to disengage. And now with S and Y, he could actually, even more so, break the chain stun, get himself around it, and potentially tank up through all of it with this build that we see at 33. It's Pipe and Mech, and they're looking to fight. They're feeling strong. A BKB now on Skitter. I think Aster needs to be careful. This does not feel easy for them to fight into this now.
Let's see if they can get away with this. Into the pit they go. Looking like Tundra. Okay, now with the smoke, they're going to try and move with the 4 of them. 9's heading over.
This is cool. They're gonna.
They might get there in time.
It's gonna be very close.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna be able to challenge this Tundra.
He's running in. Level 4 vacuum.
It's getting low. See if he can get it for the setup. The Snake is gonna step forward. They use the song. Song here to ensure they can finish Roshan and grab the Aegis on Samael.
They've got a Ravage.
Ready, XXS, and out it comes here. We'll catch on to the 3 of them and try and focus Snaking first with the Firefly. He's able to get back out of the pit. 9 moves in with the static link on towards Monet. There's 9.
He has to be careful.
For Samael. XXS gets back in with the Ghost of the Anchor Smash, takes down 9.
Skeeter's cleaning up.
Samael's still got mana to play with, but indeed with his BKB, Skeeter, it finally comes to an end. Samael trying to close the gap on Skeeter. Skeeter, can he get away from this angry lightning pony? Search is there. Skeeter's running away. He'll escape. Snaking, he'll be the one left behind as Aster will clean up the bat.
Oh, Snake?
Is he actually going to get out with his Firefly?
Oh, he has no TP though. Firefly.
Oh, he's hiding in the corner of the map. They're actually going to give up on chasing him. Snaking gets out alive.
Not bad from Tundra.
They're finding some action, and in a difficult situation as well, where Aster were able to secure Roche with the song. But yeah, Tundra still able to pick up a decent bit of action from that, and Skeeter and such getting away.
Both teams reacting nicely to the way they're all set up, right? You saw that Aster, they're like, oh my god, they're surging in. They split up. There's only a 2-man vacuum. It looked like it was potentially going to get like 4 or 5 at the start there, but only a 2-man to start it off. Re-engage, disengage. Monet does get caught. Skeeter full commits onto him there, so Skeeter very happy, especially because he was able to get himself away out of that fight afterwards. He's 205 last hits versus 227 last hits of the Nagastar, and this Bloodseeker is farming like an absolute beast.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff. I mean, considering as well, sure, Monet had the tough start in the lane, but other than that, he's been pretty much having the complete half of his map to freely farm. So the fact that Skeeter's keeping up on this Bloodseeker is yeah, pretty impressive.
He almost has Mjolnir. And it's a really good game for the Mjolnir, not just because he's versus Nagasarn, but I always like to reference, in fact, too, it's when there's lots of damage instances. So you're playing versus the Lash, it's going to be procking, it's going to be dishing out that damage constantly, so.
Group up for the easy Tormentor.
How he gets it. Pretty damn good one. Never really complain about that. And 9, now he is going to go back for the BKB himself, so. If he does, once he has the BKB in that last fight, like, yeah, he's going to be able to kite and survive as long as he has it active. Don't have any type of control there on the side of Aster to go through these BKBs. Well, on the side of Tundra, they have a lot of different ways to actually be annoying versus BKBs. But I don't think we'll see those come out really for the side of Aster for a long time. Tundra? Looking to battle here, but Ravage is at the ready. XXS having a pipe too to rally around.
Yeah, they're respecting that timing here, Tundra.
Got him. Snipe. He's been found. Monet.
They've got him. Setups there. Monet able to do this now with his Orchid complete. Anybody he finds, easy setup for the global backup to come in from Boca and Samael.
33. Stepping back up.
He's going to turn and commit with the wall there onto XXS.
I mean, Sumail is in the area here. I don't know if Tundra wants to mess with this Leshrac.
Yeah, not when 9's down. But
let's see.
if they can try, but Snaking, they've got the lasso.
He's got a shield rune.
They're coming in from Boca to be able to take the shield rune out, but Samael still alive. Skeeter has to run. XXS, he's still got the Ravage available, holds back on it because he knows that the BKB potential is there from Skeeter. Indeed, BKB comes out from Skeeter. He'll continue to escape. They'll turn their efforts towards potentially Owie instead. Zowie.
Nice flame break.
We'll manage to get the knockback there, Snake King. Trying to separate them from Owie.
Monet wants him.
Oh, he does.
Oh, can he get the bird stun?
Oh, he's going to be able to get the net off. Before the Familiar's done, holds back Monet. Aster picking up the kills, slamming down that little bit of a lead that Tundra were building up. And Monet doing a great job of getting involved in the action. It's going to help speed him towards that next time, towards that heart.
I feel like people are getting caught off by the relocate, right? I don't think they expected that one. Most people don't lately, it feels like. We're not seeing too much of Io, so it does get them off guard there a little bit there. It's enabling Sumail nicely to just be that beast that they can play around nicely to give the space, as Monet is taking that space. Sumail's an issue, especially in that fight. Shield rune, mech pipe, how do you bring him down? They committed everything onto him and actually didn't really drop him low whatsoever.
Yeah, he's going to be super close to his next start now, just about 1,400 gold away from the full Aghanims on Samael.
That's actually quite a nice game for this. It's going to be good versus even like any illusions that get created. He's going to be really scary on Sumail. And, oh, the dream.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah, you got a Visage shard on your side. We got an Io shard with a Lesh. That is actually probably the best. I mean, even though I'm dying, you know, the shard is incredible. That is amazing. The Snake gets clipped.
Can maybe turn this into a bit of a push down to tier 2 if they want to, Aster. Creep wave coming across.
That's a pretty, I mean, I would say that's a pretty good use of the Aegis overall. Gotten quite a bit out of the map here. They haven't had to actually really expend too much either. Like, Ravage is still up. They didn't have to, like, waste their getting all this farm. Monet is now outpacing the Bloodseeker. And yeah, seeing Skeeter's next item choice, he's got the Aghanims queued up. So versus those illusions and everything too. Cool. Wondering if his BKB is gonna, if their BKB is gonna last long enough. That's kind of my concern for Tundra. The Razor BKB and the Bloodseeker BKB versus this crazy amount of sustain that Aster has in these upcoming fights.
They're going to try and go for success.
Blink
Has backup, and he will indeed not get the chance to use the Ravage because 9's popped the BKB, so no point spending the ultimate for that. Nice vacuum! Oh my goodness! The follow-up stun comes in, they completely destroyed. Triple kill for 9. They're going to get the cleanup.
Okay, well,
they weren't ready for that. They wanted a fight there, coming in with a relocate, bringing in the whole team. And then 33 says no, the combo indeed comes out, and Aster, they're completely dead.
I was hoping we'd get to see the combo at least once or twice, but I didn't think we'd get to see it that nice. I think he got the resummon too, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 stuns coming out from Owie with that combo there.
I just completely destroyed him.
That was pretty.
It blows it up to a 6k lead now for Tundra.
And now, hey, Skeeter didn't have to use his BKB there. He just shows up and he's able to clean up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, those fights like that, they're devastating for Aster. We'll see again.
I mean, 9 played this so well. He just gets the link, full link on time.
Four-man vacuum into the stuns. Nothing to be done there by Aster. The fight's over at that point.
Completely.
More than over.
Literal perfect connection on the Wombo combo. Blood right, bird stuns. It actually wasn't 4 stuns, okay. It was just a resummon into double stun. But either way, it does the damage. 7 quickly into Tundra now.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You wipe a team, you're going to get rewarded like this. Huge boost up here for the entirety of Tundra's golds and XP. Skid is level 18. Aghanims is going to be done for the next fight. And that's it's going to be even more potent in these situations where everyone's as grouped up as they are, and he's just able to get in on top of them with the blood mist. Now, heart stun for Monet.
They still got some good item timings here on Aster. Heart done Monet, Aghanim's done for Sumail, and I believe, yeah, XXS, he did have the blink before that fight, and he's the one who got initiated on, so for overall for XXS, he has to be careful of that Razor. The Razor, in particular, the Link, does not want to get just focused, because he can't Ravage. You're pump faking Ravage, 9 is just waiting for his BKB so he can chill on you.
Yeah, we saw like last few times, Skeeter and 9 using their BKBs really nicely around XXS, making it very hard for him to make the call.
And I'm looking, they're not building Force Staff. So I'm seeing Undying, he's got drums and he's going for the Boots the Bearing. I'd like for him to go Force Staff to give a disengage for XXS to get away from this Link.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Huge hit there from Tundra. And ooh, okay, 9 very close to having his Nullifier done. So
Skeeter, he's going to start things here with a Rupture. He's looking for XXS, pots the BKB, he wants to come in for this kill, goes over onto high ground, takes him out of the tier 3, they're going to turn towards Sumail as well. Sumail,
he's got the axe.
he's got the axe, a bit of protection here with the Nihilism. Tether over from Baboka, Baboka's going to opt to take him out.
Okay.
Gets him away from the fight.
That's the 1 BKB use, Skeeter. Actually, that's 2 BKB use, so Tundra will have to back away after that kill.
Radiant's bottom tower
Full
is
retreat.
under attack.
But another good hit, they find XXS again. Aster, they're going
they have to go now.
Double
This
BKBs,
is-
everything was pretty much used. Double BKBs, Rupture Wall. What can they find?
Don't have Tide though, no Ravage to play with on this.
Sure.
Doing it as just the 4 of them, but if Monet can find the opening, maybe they can get something from this. Got eyes on 33, but the Surge already there. 33 not going to get caught by the Naga
Dire's
Siren.
middle tower is
Ooh, I like
under
that he
attack.
bought a shard, right, on the Darkseer? He did. I actually love this shard. I think you should, like most situations, it's extremely beneficial to stop any type of chase forwards. Actually kind of saw it there, slowing them down when they're trying to go for it. As Aster's still hunting,
They're gonna snake.
they'll get snaking, but they wanted a bigger
Dire's
target here as the
bottom tower is
BKBs,
under
how
attack.
long until they're back up? About 20 seconds, and Tundra with those, they will be ready to fight versus Tide. How long on Roche?
Radiant's top tower
15
is under
seconds.
attack.
They do kill it fast on
That could be a
Aster,
good one for
It's
Aster.
under attack.
Yeah.
because they've got this, you know, they've got this Undying, they've got this Naga, be able to clear it super fast, and this one does have a cheese, so kind of like 3 lives in particular for whoever's going to be tethered up.
And Tundra's setting up around the tier 2. Aster, they can indeed fall back,
Dire's bottom
head
tower
towards the
is under
Roshan
attack.
pit. We saw last time round, you know, despite that they got the Roshan and the Aegis, Tundra was still able to pull a good fight against Aster.
You've been watching Owie with his birds this whole time too, by the way. Owie's cutting waves. I mean, it's typical for him. He's denying Wisdom Runes, cutting waves and stuff like that. I mean, a typical AUI being very annoying with his macro. With his micro, sorry.
Now, this time round, they'll get Roshan without a fight occurring by the looks of it. Tundra, they are grouped to the tier 2, but
you
won't
see
be able to make it in time.
Look at this. He's like abusing the birds. He's putting one in the trees so like the creeps can't actually hit it. He's completely cutting bottom wave and almost
Yeah,
taking it.
what is this shit?
Like, Owie's actually just breaking the game a little bit right here with his Vicious Micro. He's literally been down there. I don't even know how long these birds have been here because I was distracted by other stuff, but it's at least like a minute and a half or so. As Aster trying to full retreat here, but Boka's been left behind.
Yeah, they'll lose Baboka. And, you know, they get themselves down to the bottom half, but they can't go for a tier 2 push because of this creep kind that Owie's doing.
I mean, look at this. He's getting so much farm out of it. He's clearing... I don't know how many creep waves it's been. I want to say maybe 6 or 7 creep waves he's gotten just like this.
Regeneration!
What are we witnessing? I mean, Monet has... You have to kill these birds.
Someone's got to come back here and do so.
But you can't hit him with melee units. The way that he's
Because of the
playing.
way
Look,
that
he's tipping him.
He doesn't get the whole wave this time, but
Whatever.
yeah. Just free gold
All right,
for
no,
Owie.
wait till you see this in your pubs, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, so who can get over here and do something about this?
Like nobody. Like Valesh.
Like,
You don't want to send him there either, so they gotta just... I don't know. I don't know what you do. You gotta just ignore that. That sucks.
there's one lane that you're never going to have.
And this is causing issues, like, actually.
I mean, they wanted to push that tier 2. That was the place they wanted to connect to after, you know, taking the gate over towards the bottom lane. So, yeah, every wave. Every wave's it's gone.
Ow, you nerd! I told him I was gonna flame him before this game, but how can I flame this? Oh my god, that's disgusting. Like, the lane is just infinitely pushed.
You're never going to have a lane.
And this is such a Tundra thing now, too, because look at the other 2 lanes. Two lanes are shoved. All 3 lanes are shoved. Where'd you go?
I mean, what's Aster even doing down there?
I mean, they're
They
going to
might
get
kill
kills snaking,
snaking.
but
You're never going to get any objectives down. I mean,
they have to just force the issue.
They're going to try and go for the backdoor protection,
They can.
which they're indeed. But the full four of them they can.
Okay. But, I mean, look at this. He's still cutting all the waves.
I mean, I don't think he's going to stop it. All right, he'll let a few creeps slip there.
But he's getting the catapult.
I'm
gonna get too distracted by this.
Under attack.
He actually is just getting way too much farm out of this, though. He's almost got a Lotus Orb now after Solo Crest Drums.
Dyer's
Yeah,
he's
he's
getting
coming out huge.
every wave of gold.
Yeah. Monet's continuing to get large. He now has a butterfly timing, and that's going to be quite a bit, I believe, before Skitter's even on the realms of anything toward an MKB. But as we've seen, they have a lot of like magic damage and mixed damage to be able to blow him up anyway.
Dude, this is great, yeah.
This is cheating.
Dude, you know what?
He's cheating.
You know what the strat is? You go in your pubs, go mid Visage, hit 6, and then you can just take 2 lanes of creeps. You know, you farm mid and you farm the bottom with your Visage. I mean, your safe laner might not be too happy, but
Cap, do you see this?
The gold.
You see how Owie is cutting waves with his Visage familiars for the last 5 minutes.
Did it again.
And Aster just can't look. He's just doing this and put him in the trees, and then he cuts the whole wave. It's been 5 minutes or something, or 4 minutes of this. And they actually send Sumail.
Sumail's had enough. He's like,
the only one who can clear him.
Come on now. There we go.
This is absurd. This is such a Curtis move, right? All right, well, I mean, that's... Aegis has been up for 3 minutes, and they've had to kind of get pulled around the map. Yeah, they got a tier 2 and like 2 kills on snaking, but... Okay. I mean, Tundra, chilling.
I mean, as the moments pass, of course, Monet is still getting more farm than anyone else in the game. You know, he's hitting the creeps way faster than anyone else can keep up. Yeah, earlier we saw Skeeter being able to keep on par, but naturally at this point, as the Naga Siren, Monet able to take more from the map in these moments. So, Butterfly done on top of the heart.
The thing is always going to be that the illusion from the Darkseer is going to be strong. I'm looking to see... I actually was checking to see if Aboka was going to go Dagon. Because I've seen IOs go Dagon because you can shoot the creeps as well, too, to heal. You saw that before, right? Because it increases healing and stuff like that, so you can actually heal people. But also, you can clear that illusion from the Darkseer wall. So,
yeah, it might be the strat.
I think eventually they might do that because as the Naga gets bigger, the wall becomes a bigger and bigger problem as well, also to deal with. So we'll see if they do look for more and more things, because it's been it's staying around like that 7K.
I mean, yeah, the big difference in terms of the overall team net worth is between the supports, right? It's Owie and Snaking. A lot more farm than Pichu and Baboka at this point.
It looks like they're gonna have 5 cores. Very quickly. I mean, they already kind of are 5 cores. They're catching up to this Tidehunter.
It's going to be sort of the 5 cores against the 2, right? There's the Sumail and Monet. And see if this Lesh and Naga can carry against this sort of very split net worth that Tundra do have amongst their five very strong heroes.
This is going to be quite a treat to watch how these fights do go out. Monet. Toward the north side, Monet's very close to a BKB. They actually get a rupture onto the real one.
Skeeter's going to start the fight here, commits him with the BKB. Monet, he's going to get taken out of this. Baboka will save him.
Sumail's isolated.
It means the others are left behind.
Just 2 seconds.
The Bloodstone is gone. He's dead. He's dead. Nine's him with a nullifier. Sumail's out. The timing's falling perfectly there for Tundra, and now they'll chase down more. They'll look towards XXS, the flame break splitting him from Baboka's. XXS is gone, Baboka out as well. Tundra strike at the perfect time.
I mean, did Sumail, like, he popped a stick in the Bloodstone, so I think he actually prevented the Aegis from popping to maybe have him. I think he died. But either way, whatever.
I think he came out.
He's probably dead.
I think he popped them after he knew that the Aegis was going to go.
All right. I
don't think he could have died quicker.
Okay.
I mean, maybe he could have.
I don't know. Either way, I think it doesn't matter. No matter what, I think that fight's over when Monet gets spotted and he gets first ruptured. I think there's like...
Yeah, they would have been probably able to smell twice even if he played it in a way that did allow him to benefit from the Aegis. Yeah, that fight went kind of that hard in favor of Tundra.
I mean, they're completely stomping now.
Yeah, they just the team play right. It looked like from the start, and especially the farm that Mono was getting, that maybe Aster were going to be able to keep this tempo slow, get this game in a good position with the Naga Siren. These team fights, Tundra have just destroyed them. Mone's got the setup.
Everyone's respawning.
Are they going to be able to get here in time to benefit off the song?
Where's the BKBs? There's no cooldowns. Ravage.
Let's see if they can catch. It's a 4-man Ravage, and they're focusing 33. They'll get 33.
Skitter.
He's trying to stand his ground, but he's caught by the stunts. 2 cores to be found, maybe more. They'll look over towards 9. 9 has the BKB back up in 7 seconds.
Net.
That's there. And they kill him quick enough. 2 seconds till BKB, but the hammer comes in. Aster, they will hold. Monet with the song. Sets up for the turnaround. They keep the base safe. They keep the tier 3 alive. I mean, talking about perfect timings earlier for Tundra in that fight where they abused the fact that the ages expired. That one there, the song, seconds before the whole team respawns. This time has to catch Tundra off guard.
I think they literally caught them sleeping with the sleep. Because all 5 heroes were clumped up on the high ground.
They weren't ready for that sort of play. I guess they were looking at the top, kind of like myself. They're like, oh, the team's dead. It's just Monet. What's Monet going to be able to do? But that kind of duration of the song just long enough to carry Aster over to the point where everyone was back up, everyone could TP in, and the follow-up's there.
But look, Owen, where's the creep wave?
Well, where's he cutting now? He's on the he's on the mid lane now, right? Yeah. Now he's making sure there's no mid lane. So indeed, they won't be able to push an objective, or at least push the tier 2.
How frustrating! Look at this. He's dragging the waves. They're pinging it.
I mean, you can try and get 2 at the same time, right? Sort of drag the mid over.
That's a little bit.
Grab the bottom.
That's a little bit too much.
I think he could deal with both, right? Because you just have to kill the range creeps, and then the melee creeps, as we've seen, just can't kill you. Sumail's here.
Sumail's got this. He knows he's the answer to it.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay. I mean, Aster, they catch Tundra quite a bit off guard there, and
they did. Yeah, they do. That's impressive, especially considering the last few moments, the last few fights. Tundra, they've had Aster's number, but Aster indeed showing that they could come out with the smart stuff too.
Back and forth we go. And now Tundra, Ravage is on cooldown. Song is going to be back up, but Ravage about 40 seconds or so. They're going to look to try to catch them off guard here, but the lane's not in the best position for them to actually just smoke and go for a catch play here. Snaking, he's going to get spotted going for a D-ward, and Roche, it is going to be a bit of a longer respawn here, 2 minutes. Okay.
And Monet still with the Ice West shoves that fight a sizable lead in gold. BKB's done.
He's close to the
Bloodthorn.
Yep.
And the Naga Siren is massive.
He just can't, I mean, one of these 2 heroes can't get targeted first. Like the Naga and the Tidehunter, it feels like them getting ruptured does cause a bit of a disaster there for Aster. So let's see how they do set up for this next fight. They're going to actually smoke, look for an opportunity. Ravage is back online.
9. Trying to scout things out, but Tundra, they might be caught out by this. Aster's wrapping around from the side.
The illusion's being sent.
A.K.A says he's going to be spotted. Looking towards him. They know the tide's here. They'll know that Aster's coming from this angle.
They see 9 on the north side.
Now he's able to keep the millions alive. Skitter's going to go in. Wants to try and force XSS out of this fight. XSS getting on again before he can get anything off. Song's there, but the BKB's already out from Tundra. They're trying to stay on top of Sumail, but the BKB's now in. So the Song holds them back.
XSS buyback.
He's in the buyback. He's ready to rejoin them, TPing over here towards the outpost. Skitter turns over towards Pichu, chases down the Undying, but he's able to kite him. Turns instead towards Baboka. The buybacks are coming out. The Ravage is huge. But the stun locked down onto Skitter. Skitter's out. He'll buy back though. Now that the Ravage is gone, Skitter wants to get back and fight into this. 9. He's moving forward. XX has fought back for this one. 9 with the static link on towards the Tidehunter. 9 himself falling rather low.
Nice cheese pass off mid-fight. They give it to Monet. He was low.
Yeah, they'll back out of this, Aster. They don't want to fight without the Ravage, and they themselves using 3 buybacks for that team fight.
They got the big one, though. Skeeter did use his buyback. He has no BKB.
They have to get Roshan. I mean, Roshan's going to be huge here for both teams with the buyback situations.
Skeeter has to be incredibly careful in these next few moments, too. If he gets caught, the game could just quickly disappear.
I don't know. I mean, can Tundra force Aster around out of the pit in this sort of situation?
It doesn't feel the easiest. They have wall back up, actually.
They're going to try. They're smoking up.
Let's see who they find here. BKB, how long? 30 seconds on both of them. It's really tough to run in without your BKBs versus the Lash, even if there's no Ravage.
If they get kills, buybacks are a little lashing on Aster, so...
This is a refresher shard, though. This could just... I mean, they're not a Ravage.
I think XXS is ready to pick it up. 9. He's going to head into the pit. He's going to try and force the boy to get a vacuum. The wall of familiar stuff's coming out. 9 is going to get the kill and get the Aegis. 9 gets the pickups. It's a rough state now, this fight for Aster. They might have to bail out of this one. Monet pops the Song. He's going to opt for the Song TP. Sumail's TPing out. XXS as well. They'll get away. The TPs will allow themselves to save one another. Pichu's left behind. A good escape there from Aster, but overall, Tundra, they get the Roche, they get that Aegis. Could have been a whole lot messier for Aster, but it's still not great.
No, they at least got the cheese in the refresher shard, though, so they do have double Ravage.
Yeah.
I was seeing Sumail actually picked it up in the midst of everything. It was very close. I think 9 actually ran out of inventory slots. I think 9 would have gotten almost everything, but he has Bottle, Paladin Sword, and Magic Wand in his inventory, so whoopsie.
All right.
Slot starved.
Okay, let's see what Tundra can do with this. They've got this Aegis on 9. BKB's back up for Skeeter.
Skeeter still has to be incredibly careful. how he goes for this next play here, because without a buyback here,
Top tower is under
he'll just get the lead, and the double ravage is going to be something that Aster's timing for.
BKB, get him away from Samel. E9's in on top of Monet. Monet's got to run, and of course, Song's still in caught out. He does not have that to protect himself. Relay can come over from Baboka. He's in with the tear. That Monet's back up to the high ground.
They protect him.
Get back and away from this. Skeeter's turning his attention over towards Samel. Samel, giving up the bloodstone. Skeeter's going to put the BKB. He wants to get back in on this. He feels like he can maybe take down Samel. He's under the tier 3 tower. Samel falling low. They've got him. He killed Samel off. Monet turns with the net on towards Skeeter, but Skeeter still surviving. There's the Ravage onto the 3 of them. XA says he puts the refresher. He's a little low on mana. He's not going to be able to get the second Ravage off. He doesn't have enough mana.
middle tower.
As that's the tier 3 gone. 3 dead on Aster. The creeps are coming in. They can take this mid set of Rex Tundra and almost certainly look for a second lane. This is all 3 cores dead for a minute. No buyback.
They can get Megas here. They have more than enough time. I want to see damage numbers here. Yeah, Skeeter, 12k damage in the fight.
I mean, they got close to killing him as well. Maybe if there's just some other way they could get the mana onto the tide.
Yeah,
they might have had that second Ravage. They might have been able to stop it, but it wasn't the case. 2 rags gone.
I think he didn't do the math, because I'd have to see the replay again, but he ravaged, arcane booted, and then gushed. And I think if he arcane boot ravaged, he might have had the mana.
Second Ravage, yeah.
It was very close.
I mean, that's the 3 racks, yeah, as you say. Mega creeps out, probably, maybe even the game.
Probably.
I mean, there's 30 seconds still to keep this push going.
Wow. I mean, some Tundra magic coming out in these team fights with their wombo combos, but overall, what a game, really. 9 with an unbelievable recovery on this Razor, I want to say.
I gotta say, I love the way that Skeeter's playing these fights. You know, he's kind of been the initiator. He just BKB's ruptures, he goes in, he forces the start of the fight, and it's just been too much for Aster. They make the Visage support work for Ali. Let's see if Aster can push them back in these final moments. It doesn't look like it, and indeed they can't. GG is called. Tundra will take game 1.
Wow. Victory. I mean, Aster taking some pretty good fights, kind of back and forth. Tundra give them that little bit of a slip up when they're going for high ground. They get like 4-man Ravage and die with a couple heroes, but Tundra, wow.
Yeah, I mean, just big brain stuff for Tundra across.
Tundra Esports turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Aster's turn to ban.
Could you join this lobby? Look. Look. Dude, I just joined this lobby. Have you got the game open? Join this lobby. Go on the lobby.
Heck is
5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick.
Timber saw!
Team Aster's turn to pick. Tundra Esports turn to pick.
The sack!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I guess well, they've obviously got tomorrow, right? So I'm guessing they will just have games tomorrow. Why?
they can't cover it. They
Tundra Esports turn to
Bloodseeker.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
No, they will. They will. I think they will do it tomorrow. When are they going to start the game? Start the game.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
probably a bot, dude.
Yeah, well, why don't you click start? Go on the
Team
chat.
Aster's turn to
Let's
ban.
go.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
blood cigar.
Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Aster's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick.
They banned
Tundra
Visage.
Esports turn to pick.
But that says a lot.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to... Ah! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick.
More of a yeehaw. That was good.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Mars.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That was a nice crack.
Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Aster's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to pick.
Lich, I love Lich.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Monkey King.
You may now select your heroes.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, looking forward to this game too, and to see if this can work out for Aster. They're going with this Monkey King Summit that we had the panel big fans of. Do you think understandably so, or do you see some potential for Monet on his Monkey King this game?
I mean, on paper, there's clear reasons why they did pick it, of course, right? They were like, okay, we're either laning versus a Timber or an Enigma, so I guess that's what they were looking for, and they're like, all right, on paper. Everything on paper, of course, too, should be able to have a good time versus it. But I feel like that actually made the Lich better, because now it's just a hard physical carry that Frost Shield is incredible versus. But I guess Aster, maybe something that concerned him about the last game is just how much they actually got wombo comboed. And now they actually have the unbelievable one with the Monkey King plus that Mars combo. But are they actually going to be able to keep people inside of it? Are they actually going to have any success with it? Because as Brian said, yeah, Monkey King, he is struggling. And yeah, I think there's definitely... How many... Over-under. How many times is he going to get his tree cut? Because there's Fireflies, Mars Arenas, even the lash stunts from his teammates, Timber... Some snap abilities, cut some trees, mostly midnight pulse and stuff. You think he'll be... Okay. So how many? I say 3.
30 seconds.
I'm going to say 3 times he gets his tree cut.
I'll say 0. I think Monet, he came here today and he's ready to dodge all of that. He's not going to get caught. This man's a professional.
I hope so. But let's see how it all ends up going down. And let's see, I've been seeing the rise of this Enigma a lot more in support. So much more. As they mentioned, Malefic's got a pretty massive damage increase, since it does have those 3 procs. Even just a 15 damage increase, it's actually a 45 damage increase even at level 1. So, yeah, cool to see this one back on the rise to be kind of flexed around a little bit here.
Yeah. I mean, you think there's a chance this will become even more of a trend? Like, does this hero can still be good? It still offers some stuff that others don't, and you can pull it off from support? Yeah,
I mean, if you see a game where they just have like no way to cancel Blink BKB, yes, you're support, but you can see it happen. I saw yesterday LGD playing it. Why You Smile busted out the Enigma. He got a Blink BKB. He was the X factor. He literally won them the game with 2 or 3 back-to-back black holes. I mean, it wasn't just him, of course, but yeah, the impact that he was able to have isn't really replaceable by almost any other hero. So, yeah, I definitely feel like we could see quite a bit more of this one coming out, because it's always an annoying hero, right? If this hero it can be relatively popular, you're denying farm from the carry. You're always a threat throughout all the stages of the game, so fun to see.
Let's have a look and see what sort of impact Snaking can have in the lane as well.
And this time they go back to, on Aster in particular, they go back to more of an XXX comfort. I know they were harping quite a bit on like his item build. We were a little weird, like they didn't have a 4-step, which is a bit weird for me overall throughout the game in that last one. So this is his, I mean, this is one of his best. Tidehunter, it's still a good XXS hero, don't get me wrong, but this is the one that I think he's made quite a bit of a name on a lot of times, even if it doesn't always have the most success overall.
Skeeter. Definitely want to watch though again, as that last game on the Bloodseeker, very, very solid performance from pretty much from throughout all elements of the game, from the lane to the team fights.
He was my MVP by far.
Yeah, I mean, Aoi was definitely contesting for it with the few plays going on, but
that's true.
Yeah, in kind of comparison to how we've seen some other Bloodseekers being played, yeah, Skeeter definitely stood a step ahead of other performances.
I love when I see like these Bloodseekers just push it to the limits, you know, they're like 10% HP and they're just like, please let me get the last hit, boom, they get it. They completely dominate the fight because of it, and yeah. Besides that, Skeeter was just an example of initiating team fights, which you rarely see from a Bloodseeker. Let's see what's... I'm going to be watching a lot to see what Snaking is going to mostly do in terms of how he plays the lane. I think mostly just pull the lane back, and then he might even just like jungle as this Enigma, because it is a Timbersaw versus Monkey King. If you actually just play the lane, the Monkey King will have kill threat, but if you just pull the lane back constantly, Timber is going to be able to farm up here versus the Monkey. They're not really going to be able to pressure the Monkey King by any means, probably, but Snaking actually steps up a bit far and might have actually just given his life away.
He's looking pretty dead here. Firefly's coming in. Can he try for deny to neutrals? He'll try for it, but he won't get it. Monet, he'll get first blood.
I guess he was trying to interrupt the pull or something, but yeah, he just gets picked off for one. Meanwhile, though, bottom, they will be able to set up a kill here. Tundra, very strong kill threat between these two. AOI actually going for the Sinister Gaze at level 2. Different than usual.
CP in on the mid.
He'll just fill up.
Oh, he wasn't coming from base.
He failed.
Oh, okay.
Whoopsie. He messed up. All right, well, that happens. He did not actually, I don't believe he just didn't have a spotter or something. I don't know.
Oh, no, I don't think Smell even put it on him.
Did he not even put it?
Did he?
Well, whatever. Either way, they messed it up.
Get refilled, yeah.
33, looking to kind of cut creep wave and stuff like that up here. The Firefly is up. They have a blood grenade. Not going to quite be able to go for him here, though, with Snaking backing him up. Yeah, Timbersaw versus a Monkey King. He's free farming. So I think 33, pretty happy, all things considered, even though Snaking did give up a bit of a kill there.
I mean, as the levels come in this matchup, does it...
9?
Ooh. He's okay.
One uphill miss.
He's okay. Still at a fair fire, you know, he's keeping it cool. Yeah, but Boca definitely turning up in the mid lane a few times to try and give Samel a bit of an edge. I mean,
pretty cool. I mean, he's literally staying here for the water rune. Yeah. They're bringing 2 supports, so they're really trying to shut down 9 a bit more. I mean, 9 had an incredible recovery last game, even though he did end up getting shut down a bit inside the laning phase. He played like a beast. Knew exactly how to play with his timings.
Yeah, once again, sort of just drawing the lane here with Samel. Getting the same amount of CS. There's nobody, I mean, you can see just across the board, very, very close. The lowest of the core CS, 21 compared to the 25 at the top. A very, very small window. So nobody losing that lane.
Nope, bottom, Skeeter. Those get connected, he should be fine. He has the chainmail. He's also got Wand as well as Healing Lotus, so he'll be okay. Small itemization things, I think, yeah, we've seen these so many. It's like versus Mars. The Wand into straight chainmail is always going to be useful versus the physical. Skeeter identifying that early on. Owie. He'll be okay.
Is there any sort of movement that you'd anticipate could come into play from either side to sort of shake up the balance that we're seeing in all of these lanes?
I would think it's more going to be around like the level 6s. Like when 9 hits 6, or if he finds a power rune, he has kill threat all over the place with this Snapfire. Same to be said for Sumail, but I don't really see Sumail move side lanes so much anymore at this team. I feel like they move to him rather than him moving to the sides. Or that's what it tends to feel like in a lot of situations. 33, he pretty much has his Vanguard finished up, so
he's
standing toe-to-toe to Monet, it's gonna be absolutely possible. And once he hits 6, you can actually start to push the Monkey King yourself a bit.
Sure. I mean, I guess until that point, Monet whilst he won't be able to kill 33, he'll always be able to get Jingu, so he'll always be able to heal himself and stay alive.
Sure. Snake just gets a free courier because he's jungling in there, so he walks right up to him. We'll be able to grab that one. And he's actually the one who's now going to probably set up for the power rune since he saw the way the double set up for Sumail. Meanwhile, I think, yeah, we're seeing a rotation, an early one from the bat down bottom, using the Twin Gate to perhaps set up onto Skeeter here.
Now he's, of course, aware of this, so not like it's going to come from any point of surprise.
No. Power rune, it's going to spawn top. It's a good one for 9, a DD rune. And 9, he is level 6 now. They have kill threat literally anywhere if he wants to go.
He's thinking about going towards top, seeing if they can take down Monet.
I mean, 33 is hit. He's hit 6. He's quite low mana, but... I'm actually just going to go for this stack here for the time being. It's a pretty hefty one here from Snaking. Actually, that was from, sorry, Snaking didn't actually stack that. That was from the Bat Rider.
If no wants to continue to move over to get kills, he's going to walk into this.
They've got the DD, an easy kill.
And he's got the Firefly down to the low ground, but indeed no chance of getting quite far enough away from 9.
As Kisses, look, he's just going to send him onto Monet.
Long range as well. Starting this from very far away. Connects with one of them. A couple, 2, 3, 4. 4 hits there with the Kisses. Is it enough to let them get the kill? 33's out of mana. Monet wants his way out of this one.
They see him the whole time is the issue. Can he actually get the distance?
He's getting pretty far. I think that'll do it. Monet, he's able to get out.
Assault.
All right. The Kisses were kind of volleyed from it almost like max range, right?
Yeah, he went for the max range 9.
I wonder why he didn't want to just get a little bit closer before trying for it. I guess he thought that they had it for sure, but...
Yeah, if he'd spent the time to walk closer, though, I don't know if... Like, maybe he still wouldn't have got the kill.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, interesting.
It was a difficult one to get.
Yeah, either way, a nice play there coming out from Monet to at the very least disengage. He did not get his tree cut, so still 0.
Now we back in the middle, get the quick refuel for 9.
It's still a nice rotation at the least there from 9. He takes a stack, gets a kill, pushes the safe laner out of the lane. So very impactful one. But Monet gets back top, immediately gets himself. He doesn't actually get the last hit. That actually got it.
Of course, can't do anything about 33.
Skeeter, he is free farming again.
And he's going to hit the 6, but difficult to make a play against XXS on his own. Even with the rupture.
Bat Rider again. Can't even get the shield rune. Yeah, we pulls him away from it.
And he's going to keep Pichu alive.
9 has a shield rune. This is a tough kill.
There's no way Sumail can get this. And backup comes in from Skeeter. Skeeter's ready to help turn. They just turn towards Sumail. They've got him.
Nice TP. Good recognition.
Yeah, well, he was not ready for that at all, Sumail, right? The aggression coming out from him as he stepped back towards the mid. He did not expect a TP in from Skeeter, as Skeeter just turns up and enables Tundra to get a very easy kill against Sumail.
Whoa, Pichu, careful. Might just die up here. I mean, 33's here at the chakram. They're surrounding. I mean, this is a dead bat, right?
He's been in some risky spots here,
He
Pichu.
sure has.
First time round, he was lucky enough to get sort of bailed out by Baboka, but that in turn did mean that Sumail was not able to be bailed out by Baboka, and then back a few seconds later, he still ends up dying.
And I actually have never seen this ward bottom before. Have you? Look at this ward that Tundra has placed on the bottom side. I think it saw the TP in from the Lesh, maybe? I actually don't think it did, because Skeeter actually gets caught from the rotation anyway, but yeah, I've never seen that ward.
Out with you and your spark.
Yeah, I guess sort of, catches anyone kind of coming from the base, swinging around to go across this little bridge to get the wraparound on you, and just keeps tabs on those heading back to the Ancients and to the Wisdom Rune.
Slight vision into the lane as well, too, like the right side of it, too. Cool.
Top tower is under attack.
Gotta start thinking of new wards, because people are starting to figure out this map. We're seeing a lot of new wards at this tournament. Tower pressure onto mid. They're not going to actually be able to apply it. A nice rotation. Trying to shut down Skeeter a bit. Sumail actually making the move there.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
taken down. I mean, Monet still in a good spot with Farm, of course, with the way that he's been able to avoid deaths so far.
Yep, has the 2 points in Primal. Not the best thing for farming by any means, but does want to, of course, have like 3 points in Jingu since he was versus a Timberlane. 33 in Snag, prepping the push top, level 3 Eidolons.
Power in. It's going to be the Invis Rune down bottom.
Okay. Can't Baboka deny it.
Top tower is under attack.
9 not going to be able to get his hands on that, but he does have his Atos complete, so setups now to be there from the mid.
That's it's very early. Besides just setup, it is a lot of damage that you do get, of course, on this Snapfire. Damage and survivability. Very ideal pickup. They're probably going to set up to go for a little bit more of a tower push here. They have the catapult wave. You know, at the moment. Low, because he's going to have to farm off those Ancients, and again, beat you. He's found.
He keeps getting caught here. Now push Snaking close towards the level 6. In the mid, they're going to try for the straight up setup on XXS. The Atos into the kisses.
They got a reload.
Pushing back with the spear, and backup's on its way. Monet turns up. Wukong's command is there. The numbers have arrived from Aster, and 9. He'll fall. Maybe Ari as well. TP's to come in from Tundra, but not in time to keep Ari alive. Skeeter, he's going to look towards XXS with a relocate.
Nice retether.
As he's able to get XXS out of there. Aster, they could look to push him for more. They take Snaking down. Monet gonna get turned towards Mosquito. Of course, he's already used the Rupture, threw it out onto XXS, so there's no further way to threaten Monet. Aster, they'll take that fight, but Boca with the saves.
Love it. You don't really see people like breaking tether and retethering like that, but yeah, perfectly done to be able to save on the rotation immediately, like literally split second as that Rupture does come out. Great plays. I mean, they did not really respect how tanky XXS was, it seems. No Chain Frost available for Aoi. He lives, gets the Spear. They have more than enough for the numbers. 2K lead. The Wombo combo connects this time for Aster.
Yeah, big hits. Big hits back from Aster. Samael. And Monet up there at the top. Samael's going to have his Bloodstone done in 100 or so gold.
Yeah, now Monet, he has the 4 points in Primal, so he can easily clear jungle, clear waves. That's farm, it's going to accelerate.
He's going to have his Echo and looks to build into the Deso next.
How's timing's looking? I mean, Skeeter, as you said, still quite farmed, but got slowed down. After that setup, they were able to get on him down bottom. Quite at the same pace that he was able to get last time around. And yeah, overall, I feel like XXS is just a more comfortable hero. I feel like he's already having a better time on this one, even though it's only 12 minutes in. It just seems a lot more comfortable playing his super comfort Mars.
Yeah, should be able to get the blink at good time.
Yep.
And as we've seen already, you know, when they brought the fight to XXS and he's able to get the arena off, the global presence and availability of Aster to turn up and get kills was pretty potent. Now, once that blinks out, XXS is going to be able to start those sort of moves on his own accord.
And I think Brian is going to be happy to see this, right? I mean, yes, of course, it's a Mars, so you naturally build into these, like, off-lane kind of items, right? But this is exactly, I think, what he was talking about, what he wants to see from XXS, because they were on a 6-game win streak, and it was...
They were?
Yeah, it was definitely on the backs of definitely some itemization, gameplay, etc. But XXS, now he's going to be that full traditional off-laner to just make sure that Monet looks the best as possible. Not to say the last game he didn't build, it's just like, yeah, like they said, it was just the game that he was in. Yes, he went for his mech and stuff like that, but they needed force and maybe some other stuff. But yeah, either way. We'll see how it ends up working out for Aster. Tundra's still farming, of course. Farming's still really good across the board, especially 33. Just Skeeter, the one who's been slowed down a little bit.
I mean, they're looking to go on Skeeter. The setup's here from the trees. Monet reveals himself and the relocate from Baboka brings Samael over.
Chain Frost.
They should be able to split this, indeed, put the Chain Frost to an end. So it won't really be any.
Here we go.
XXS cuts the tree. Does indeed cut the tree, but it doesn't matter. They didn't need Monet to hit in that one as they still bring down Aoi. Nine. He's also going to get chased. It's a black only onto Samael for now, but it's enough to kill him. It's still going to be Tundra losing more casualties, you would imagine, or maybe not with 33 coming in and on top of XXS. XXS tries for the TP out, but the timber chain's there. Tundra able to pick up some kills in response to that bit of an aggressive dive from Aster off the back of the black hole and the TP in. Well, the fact that 33 was able to get over here and help out. He's actually just happened to be in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and it would have, I mean, that could have been actually cleaner, a lot cleaner for Aster if they get the connection onto the Snapfire. I think that's what XXS was actually aiming for, but Snap gets outside of that arena there just enough to be able to get set up for the kisses and get the kill.
And honestly, maybe if Monet's tree wasn't cut, they would have got the kills a bit quicker and he could have proceeded to jump on 9 a bit sooner. And
for sure.
And made it happen a bit more smoother. So
that's the one tree cut.
Maybe it did matter, the tree cut, yeah?
Yep. It's one. How many more do we get? Trying to go for that aggression. This time they do get a little bit punished here, knocked back here.
Dire's bottom tower is
great understanding really from Snaking.
Yeah, it turns up black holes.
Turns up black holes, he knows they have the damage. It was,
and nothing to stop it.
A good call from him.
Good hold around the tier 2 for Tundra.
Well, still on the hunt.
Wants to get some revenge after that black hole.
Yeah.
Wants Snaking gone. Snaking.
I really like what the Wisdom rune looks inside the bottle. Really cool looking. I keep thinking it's a shield rune half the time, but the next itemization? Okay, Boots of Travel now for Sumail. I mean, so much global threat really still from Aster. So Tundra, I think the way that they kind of have to play is just sit behind some of these players that are, sit behind some of these cores that are going to be strong in the lane. In particular, A.K.A, I think he's the biggest one because you are playing versus that IO. You can get some pretty big chain frost if they're not careful. So we'll see who they end up showing inside these lanes, because I think that's the way that Tundra can really kind of falter in this game, is if they just give up too many kills to these relocates and these global threats that's been coming out here.
Oh, here we go. XXS, he's just going to go for A.K.A. Sumail and Baboka will turn up. A.K.A's still alive. Pretty much gets off his whole toolkit. He's still alive. How? They couldn't kill A.K.A. And now Skeeter, he's going to try and turn and looks towards Sumail. Sumail's going to get killed off. Skeeter, he's out of the Wukongs. He's fine. Skeeter will live. They turn with the stun onto Monet. It's Tundra that have taken down 2, and maybe even more. A.K.A's still alive. Down the Monkey King. XXS, he'll finally kill A.K.A off. But A.K.A got so much done there. Baboka comes in with the tether. Keeping Monet alive 9. Another cookie forward. Skeeter's ready to get back in. The Chakram from 33 takes out Monet. Tundra, they can continue this cleanup. 33 still got mana to play with. They're toying with XXS as they're just dancing around them. Skeeter keeping his distance, tries to offer up another blood right from afar, but won't connect. It doesn't matter though. Cookie for 9 allows Skeeter to jump back in onto XXS. Tundra with the outplay and with the unkillable heroes, A.K.A, they just couldn't kill him, Aster. He finally dies, but after he's got sort of 2 whole sets of his toolkit out.
They played that fight immaculately, dancing around the ultimates, kiting Sumail, kiting the Wukongs. A nice spear actually almost gets Skeeter because it attaches to the crystals inside the Wukongs, but he gets the disengage. I mean, it's a full kind of wombo combo in an arena thrown onto a Lich, and as you said, he lives. That's
we'll see it again. Bigger. I mean, the way they started, you know, A.K.A just in the midst of it all. They even be bringing Sumail in. Sumail, Baboka, XXS, all going for A.K.A at the start of it. But he gets away, and suddenly the fight gets a bit more complicated than Aster signed up for.
Synergy for Tundra just cleaner. The way that they actually prioritize targets. They all went for kind of the same targets. Aster went for all different targets. Now they're going to get the lasso on top. 33 is taking with Pipe.
He's tough to kill, and he's got 9 here. XXS, he'll lay down the arena. We'll be able to catch 9, and with 33 trapped in there, is there any way for him to get out? No, the arena lasts too long. 33 this time around will get caught.
That's a good arena.
And now A.K.A this time should be in a whole world of pain. Not too difficult for Monet to jump in, take him down. So Aster back on track to getting things going their way. They just turn up for another fight, and this time around Tundra, they weren't set up for that one. Snake King wasn't around, and Skeeter, he was also elsewhere trying to get his speed KP done. So a bit of a lapse of focus there by Tundra that gets punished.
Yeah, I don't want to see Aster, I don't want to see XXS ever really Mars ult and Lich again. I think you want to go for one of these core heroes in particular.
Because you can kill the cores. And it's not like the Lich is that much more easy to kill, right? So if you're going to put your efforts somewhere, the cores are definitely going to be the focus.
Yeah, a beautiful connection this time around. They get the 2 cores kind of caught off guard. And Mars ult only, it's only a 90-second cooldown, so it's going to be back up in 30, so they can keep looking for these fights constantly. And keep looking for these global pressures here. 30 seconds. It's actually the same exact cooldown on the Mars ult as the relocate. Well, 10-second difference, but either way, they can constantly set up these threats on the sides of the map. And Monet, he's 7-1-5. So this Monkey King is absolutely doing it so far here. Desolator already finished up high physical damage.
All right, yeah.
Like 9. He's got to be careful. He could just get disintegrated up here.
They're going to chase. I mean, it's a very, very easy kill there for Monet and Pichu. 9. It was a couple of times now, that top part of the map. First it was the 3 of them, now it was 9 again on the repeat. They've got to be careful coming out here when there's a full lineup, as Aster very easily can make the jumps. They've got a lot of great initiation, great pickoff from Aster.
And this time they are making Monet look really good. It's like, they didn't like make him look bad or anything in that last game, but yeah, they're enabling this Monkey King very nicely here with these last few moves, level 15. So we said on paper, good Monkey King game, and so far they now have started to deliver in these last few engagements to make it look that good. And he's big. And he has like 200 physical damage right now, and he did get the broom handle early on, which is, in my opinion, by far the best item you can get on Monkey King for some time. I actually like it than some of the tier 2s, to be honest with you, just for the Wukongs. That attack range is super nice in team fights. Shield Rune will spawn bottom also, so Sumail. Quite a bit of survivability that can provide him.
Let's see what the move's going to be here from Tundra now. Snake King is close to hitting the level 12. Okay, they could look to go for some sort of smoke move.
Dire are
As,
scanning.
they've grouped up with the 4 of them.
They've got BKB on Skeeter as well too, so yeah, Snake's level 12, it's not really the most important. Only gives a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, they want to just try to get a catch here, I think, with just the showing of the BKB on Skeeter. Sumail, as you said, he does have this shield rune.
I think if they catch the 2 of them, they can still burst them.
Snake does have the Blink Dagger, so yeah, definitely a possibility.
Yeah, they've got a lot here with the full lineup of Tundra trying to hunt them down.
They have a lot of damage between the Timber and just even Chain Frost if they get to. They're actually going to commit the Roach because they have the Solar Crest here on the Enigma. A bit of minus armor.
They're coming.
They're
coming over, Aster.
Wait, that's a dire Watcher, is it not?
Yeah, yeah. Tundra have done this knowing that Aster see them.
They didn't ever take it, did they? That's still dire, right?
Yeah, red, right?
Yeah, but I'm just like, they just walked by it like 3 times, so.
Tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
That was so close. He gets up the tree just before he gets cut. He's now going to get in. They're going forward with the Black Box there. He's got the control. Mone's getting ruined. The Black Hole will do it. They're able to kill Monet off. But in fact, it's denied the Aegis as well. I mean, this fight looks like it still very much will go the way of Aster, but not without Snaking trying to do his best to make the overall situation better. As his Black Hole kills Monet, and he's able to deny the Aegis.
Hey, you take what you can get in a bad scenario there, right? I mean, Monet, this was a couple split-second things there, right?
I mean, when he got off that tree, that was... He almost certainly would have died straight up at the beginning of the fight. It still ends up dying pretty soon into it with that Black Hole catching him.
Ooh, but what a fight. They found Skeeter. The Bat Rider lasso gets him, and they just completely annihilate him in seconds there. Yeah, you get Monet, but there's multiple different kind of carries on the side of Aster to provide this damage.
So we see as they come in, and yeah, Snake in great position from the side. And yeah, Aegis on the ground.
He just attacks it.
The Eidolons.
Oh, is it?
I think it had Eidolons at the entrance of the pit. They were able to get the hit in before Sumail was actually able to go and pick them up. Yeah. So very nicely microed there by Snake.
Still a pretty, at the end of the day, still a
good
pretty
fight,
big
absolutely. I mean, Aster just, and you can only imagine if Monet didn't get caught by that Black Hole, was able to live for it, they probably would have got a team wipe.
Yeah.
This monkey is still very, very scary. We'll get his tree cut, but Snake King will certainly die here. As Aster find him out on his own.
That's 2 tree cuts. But Space Maid, Snake King will say. But so much catch as we're seeing. I mean, Aster, they're really playing so well around this IO relocate this game.
Yeah, they all just get around the map so quickly, right?
Yep. And yeah, definitely seeing XXS being incredibly comfortable this game on his Mars as we kind of anticipated. Blink BKB's online. Now he's got his shard so he can get the multi-spirit combos. Tundra, of course, still keeping their farm up though, so. Well, he's going to be close when we see when those fights always kick off here. Yeah. 9, he does have a BKB. He did not have it before that last fight, I don't believe, so we'll provide him a little bit more protection.
Yeah.
And yeah, 33, he is pinging, and he's saying, we got to watch out for the initiation at this point here on Aster. They have a couple different forms of being able to go for it here with the Bat, with the Mars.
And they're going to go again.
They sure are. They feel strong.
They know what, especially whilst this Black Hole's down, because Snake King's certainly showing, from the support role, that this Black Hole in the right sort of game can still be a threat. He's, once that BKB's there, have to be something that Aster will need to be very aware of.
Yeah, you'll have to start getting ready for like the, Bat Rider having the answer for that eventually with like lands and stuff like that to be able to try to go for some lasso plays. If it does get to that point. Aster, though, continues to play fast, continue to look for some type of setup here. They know how strong they are. Sumail, of course, he did find the Vampire Fangs as well. Tons of lifesteal. He gonna get ruptured first, though, Sumail.
It's getting kind of low.
They've got the reload.
They'll take him out of this.
It's reset.
I mean, XXS and Monet and Pichu, they still look like they want to try and make a jump happen. They smoke up.
I mean, it's 2 ults committed there out from Tundra, so Aster wants something.
Skeeter's going to put the BKB.
So close.
So that's, a few ults from Tundra and a BKB used. This is go time for Aster. She's able to find it. Find Skeeter here, trying to BKB TP out, but the lasso comes into play. Skeeter's gone.
Should have run while you had the chance.
You can't run from Aster in this sort of game. You really can't.
And even though, as you mentioned from like the early game, Pichu, he may have died a couple of times, but I mean, this Bat Rider is having a tremendous amount of pressure here. Now, this game, I mean, they mentioned on the panel too, this hero just disappeared for a little bit, but now we're starting to see it, of course, getting picked up a lot here. So they're now in a pretty damn comfortable position. 3 cores looking good. They keep shutting down Skeeter. They keep slowing down 9. It's really just 33 as the cores who's having that really good game on Tundra now. And look how fast they're playing, immediately swinging to the opposite side of the map. They're set up already here. Snaking has to be careful. get the blink off. Yes, there's actually still quite a bit of thresh even when BKB on Snake comes out. If Wukong's down, Snake will actually just die to the Wukongs also. So quite a bit of layers that Snake has to watch out for, of course. Even if he does get BKB. Monet. Gonna try here for him, but that's a bold attempt.
Yeah, they're not gonna commit anything more here. They know that the backups from the Boka's there.
That might have just been a poke to attempt to force a BKB out of panic or something.
Monet keeps his cool.
They're all rallied in the area here too.
And they want to fight Aster. I mean, if Aster find them split up, Aster will jump.
Yeah, you can see Monet still holding on to Broomhand.
Then look at Mosquito.
Oh, they get him again.
Well, they do. The last they was ever going to BKB off first, but it doesn't matter. The physical damage that's able to still come through.
Incinerated.
It's the overwhelming magical damage as well. It's too much for Skeeter to survive through.
Right in the middle of the Wukong. Level 18. Up on Monet.
Radiant's middle tower.
Comfortable lead now for Aster. Continuing to have just full map control. It's tough for Tundra to do what they usually like to do in these type of games, where they split up, keep farming on everybody, because as we've seen, there's just so many different forms of catch that Aster set up with this Bat Rider, with Blink Tagger, with the Mars, with these relocates. So Tundra, they're having difficulties going for that split play that they like to get back into this game, to crawl back in. Aster playing this very nicely this game.
Tundra, what's sort of their next move themselves? I mean, yeah, they're going to be looking for 5-man smokes, trying to set up with this black hole, find the IO somehow, stop the Boka from being able to play with these saves.
Starting to get difficult. I think maybe you just have to wait to farm for that next big item, perhaps. Just get that Bloodseeker with his Mjolnir, get the BKB on Snake King. But the overall team fight straight up right now, Skeeter does not have damage to go through these heroes by any means.
Service to
Him and 9 have been slowed down quite a lot. And oh, Snake Blink's on cooldown. Smell finds him.
He's got the setup, and not a chance.
No.
Not a chance for Snake King. Another kill for Samael to claim. And at the same time, they're going for more. They can find Aoi on top of this. They've already got 9, Aoi and 33, trying to run, but as was said before, it's not easy to run from Aster's lineup.
Ooh. Oh, they actually...
Are they going to give up?
The scan? No, the scan's going to connect. They're going to keep chasing.
Are they going to go back in there?
Do they have a lasso? They don't have lasso, though.
33 will make it away.
And so will Aoi.
All right, Tundra, they will be able to cut their losses a little bit, get a couple of them out.
Only a little, though. And they have a ward bottom. They actually see Skeeter down bot right now. And they also are going to see 33 in a second here. So Aster could look to strike onto this bottom side in any second here. They are feeling themselves, and they're feeling incredibly strong right now, because they can just take any fight by any means here. As Monet, Nullifier is now also finished, so Frost Shield no longer a concern, even though it wasn't anyway, and he's about to hit 20.
Yeah, Skeeter needs to be careful down there.
Monet's getting one of the better talents. I love this one. I know that I was going to make a joke about Cindering.
Cinder?
Sin was talking about this talent, how he thought it was underwhelming one point, and then like 5 minutes later he's like, this might be the best talent in the game. I don't know why that one stands out to me, but it's a really good talent. I mean, you can get like 2 to 3 boundless strikes off in a fight once you do hit 20 on these monkey kings. And they hurt. Especially when he's got this many items here. He's got himself a Defiant Shell as well too. I mean, then yeah, I don't know how Skeeter focus fires any of these cores. He cannot hit Monet. I don't know how they isolate Monet.
Dire's bottom tower.
This tower's gone.
Gonna have to, yeah. I feel like Snake King, he's got his work cut out for him, some type of massive black hole for them to try to recover this game at this point. As Aster, they've got everything ready. They're gonna look for the fight, and they're getting close to even more big items. I mean, XXS is very close to his refresher.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can Tundra hide? Can they get more space for Skeeter, who's gotten very little in these last 10 minutes?
I mean, because what you feel at this stage, you'd imagine Tundra, they don't want to take this fight.
They cannot take this fight. Unless it's a 5-man, unless it's like a 4 or 5-man black hole, and even then, if Wukong's is down, they'll get wiped.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like it may just be Aoi to be caught. As the rest of Tundra, they ain't going to be turning back for this, surely. They'll leave Aoi to get taken down.
They passed the gem over to XXS. I believe it was the Bat Rider who was carrying it for the most
I mean, Tundra, they're still positioning as if they want to fight here.
They have a ward. See what they can get.
They get the opening onto XXS. He's able to put the BKB, stand his ground. He's able to get the spear up on the Skeeter. The follow-up still there from Sumail. They're able to take Skeeter down. He didn't put the BKB. He felt too confident at the start. Dan, he gets punished.
Either way, I mean, I guess they're feeling like they have some type of hope in the fight, but they're just deleted. I mean, that was target to go for.
A risky call to make there from Tundra, as we evidently they decide they want to try and take that fight 4 versus 5.
And even if they they're not even in any closeness to bringing down XXS. The relocate even comes up from Baboka to save him. Now 33.
They're looking for him as well.
He's stalked and he's in trouble.
Setups there from Sumail. Follow a spear. Monet's ready to offer up the damage with the Wukong to the boundless. 33's gone.
Wow. Huge fights for Asters. Tundra, yeah. Really not seeing the hope for Skeeter in this one to recover.
Radiant's bottom tower
He
is
didn't
under
even get his
attack.
BKB off. I mean, probably wants to save it for as long as, I mean, either way, yeah.
Yeah, I get that. I guess the spear sort of caught him by surprise.
Yeah.
Was sort of holding it off beforehand, but yeah, as soon as that spear connects, the chain stuns, they're always going to be there when Sumail's around.
This is a clean gameplay, though, from Aster overall. The relocates, I think every single time it's been catching people to save from these rupture plays, even if there's any attempt from Tundra. As Roche is going to respawn, they're already set up for it on the bottom side, Aster. They're going to scout in a second here. And Sumail already playing very active. He's set up for the gank on the Snay. He's got a Hex.
He can just make plays on his own.
Easy kill. They are way too big. Sumail godlike.
This is looking a whole lot better than game 1. Everything just falling into place for Aster, and just the way that they're moving as a team. It wasn't quite there in the previous game, and in some of the earlier series they had in this group stage. But this is some top form Aster.
Just playing the team fight in the Wombo combo this time around really nice in comparison versus the last one, where I think they just got tripped up from a couple of things, like the 9 Razor, very unexpected pick.
The Ali
did a
Visage.
ton of damage. The Visage, of course, that bought tons of time with the creep waves and stuff like that. So Aster finding their footing here, and yeah, they're so big now at this point. Even this IO, she's not holding lock, back Glimmer. Everybody's so tanky. Skeeter's only got the 6-second BKB to attempt to focus fire anybody. Okay. I mean, they do get the shard that they kind of need at this point. He needs any bit of damage he can onto Skitter.
Yeah, I mean, what's sort of making this a game that, like compared to last game, Skeeter can't just kind of run in and kill someone?
Haste.
Is it just the fact that they're playing from behind and just relatively his farm's not quite there? I mean,
I think there's a much stronger carry that he has to worry about that actually just eats him alive. I think the last game, the Naga Siren doesn't actually fight the Bloodseeker in that type of way. It's a very different kind of style hero where you're buying time, you're waiting for your big item in time, just to overwhelm this, but that wasn't the case. The Bloodseeker was keeping up with the Naga the entire game. This time, if he runs into a Wukong, he's just going to die in a second, so he can't actually do the initiation thing that he was doing last time by any means. And also, there's BKB disables this time. So Aster, they didn't have any way to actually control anybody when they popped BKB last game. There's this lasso that's been coming through a couple times now that is frustrating.
Let's see if Tundra can pull together a high ground defense. They've got the ults, but Aster far ahead, and with the Aegis and Cheese, there's a lot of life that the Tundra has to defend through.
I think the name of the game is just snaking. He needs the big black hole. He needs to get it on 4, maybe even 5, and there can't be a Wukong's down. There's so many layers that they're gonna have to try to go through as they attempt to defend this base here. The Aghanims from Monet is gonna get that push going. Oh, instant fear.
He's gonna get caught immediately there, Pichu.
Re-clicked.
All right. They're ready for that one. He's not happy with that. He buys back straight away.
I mean, Monet is still just confidently hitting the tower.
They've got the fortification, but do they want to throw anything more down in this defense?
This is the last creep wave. 9 has cut the next one.
I'm just going to send out the chain frost. The XXS is in. He's able to catch the 2 of them. Snaking pots the BKB will be able to get out of the arena. Aoi will not be as lucky. So Aoi gone for 70.
They re-engage in any way, Tundra. It's difficult, but let's see if they try.
They don't want to chase out the base, surely.
No.
I mean, they've already lost what they had to lose on that top lane. Chasing outside the base does not seem an option, especially when they're a man down.
No, versus Aegis and Cheese, too. Who do you actually focus fire here? Sumail now also having a Wind Waker, another form of saving, perhaps.
See it? He's got with the Hex. He's able to get the Hex on the 9. He needs saving. He's able to put the BKB. Turns towards Sumail. Skida's trying to commit onto the fight, but he cannot do the damage. To cookie him back to safety. 33. He'll try and timber chain away. Still alive. Sumail, is he able to chase him out? No, the kisses are coming out, so they'll be able to cover the retreat of 33. Tundra, they'll get back to base.
But it's just covering the retreat. They're having to use so many spells just to not lose heroes, not getting anything out of them. Monet, continuing this push.
The opening. Still hasn't. Only a couple of minutes left on the Aegis. Can they take him out the once? They can't. The cheese is going to be there. He's back up to full HP.
Volka's got his back. Rax dropping low.
Holding them though.
Yep, looks like
Aster
Aster.
back off from the barracks for now.
Yeah, they've got Wisdom Runes to claim. They have a big bottom wave. They're still going to linger in the area if Tundra steps out a bit too far for the jump. Sumail, I believe, is now 25 in a second after these Wisdoms. Okay, not just yet, but very close. Back to the high ground push, still a minute for the Aegis.
He's caught Snaking, but the BKB's back up.
Okay.
Snaking, he's going to get up on the lasso though. Pichu wants to remove the threat of the Enigma, but the drag back, Snaking is gone. No buyback either, he's out for 50. They will not have the black hole to try and make a defensive play with.
And Monet just continues to stand his ground.
And they're trying to take him low with the cookie combo, but the heals are there from Provoker. Outside, they're able to push 33 down out of the base. The buyback's now up for Snaking. So he's going to be able to return to the action. Skeeter put the BKB, he'll come to an end. Now he gets caught, but it's done for Sumail. Not back from the flame break. Boundless strike off the mark though. So Skeeter will be allowed to escape. 33 coming in with the secondary buyback on top of Snaking's hit.
Nice Wind Waker. Sumail gets himself out. 33 wants to chase for more.
Get the Malefice onto Pichu. Rotovatos as well. They'll take out the bat. Something to be found, and that is Pichu dead for 90 seconds.
Can Tundra chase for more?
They're going to try, but again with the Wind Waker, Sumail gets down to the low ground. Got himself a regen rune. He is perfectly out of there.
2 buybacks from Tundra. And
they've got to hit back now. If they're going to get any sort of window, it is just to support a Bat Rider that's out for a long time, but that's pretty much as good as it's going to get for Tundra in this position. They've got to try and do something.
They're now fighting into Monet, who has a Daedalus, though, as well, on top of everything. Sumail's 25 with Timeless Relic.
He won't have his Aegis. So
true.
Snaking, we're looking at him for the black holes.
I feel like
that's the only way it happens here.
Snake might just die to the AoE damage at this point, because now the Diabolic Edict is out to the 25. There's a ton of damage that's just consistently pulsing from either the Monkey or for the Lesh, so has to catch him when spells aren't active. With BK, I mean, there's so many, like we said, so many layers for Tundra to try to come back in this one as Aster. They play it cool, they back it up, they still give some respect. Now they're gonna ease their way back forward onto their triangle as their Bat Riders soon respawning. Arena back up in 5.
Tundra still here taking the risks, but they have to.
He's got BKB up.
Moving on to XXS, yeah, put the BKB straight away. Turns, gets the spear onto Owie. Snaking has to put the BKB to back off. Money's going to move in pretty much one shot. Owie there. He's gone. Snake just gets deleted. The dream of the black holes. It's not going to happen. I mean, Skinner's trying to fight. They just can't kill Monet. The sustain's there from Evoker. Ultra kill from Mech. This fight's over, and almost certainly this game is over. Does it get the rampage? But the game, indeed, it's done. GG is called. Aster will take game 2.
33 tips Snake at the end. I mean, they definitely had a laugh.
There was a, there was a hope, there was a dream for Snaking, but yeah, sometimes you end up getting kind of one shot by a very fine Monkey King.
It was just a statue or a Defiant Shell or something. Yeah. They just hit him in one shot.
Evaporated. But yeah, Aster. Great game from them.
Yeah.
Great game from them. And they did it around the Monet Monkey King.
Yeah.
And they really did. Like this Monkey King.
2-1. В чем проблема хотя бы одну карту была забрать, одно очко забирать? И здесь не было бы тогда этой ситуации, да? То есть, так, конечно, нельзя сейчас говорить, но факт. Чем они Астер 2-0 проиграли? Заема до конца по тир-3. И выгоняют отсюда антимага.
Да, на самом деле Астер можно было 100% выигрывать, но это Сумаил на лане. Против Сумаила на лане посложнее немножко, мне кажется. Сумаил в Китае тяжело.
Ну, Астер провалили Дримлигу. Я не знаю, как это считать. Это ведь не лан был, да? Это такой буткемп европейский. Не знаю.
Полулан.
Полулан.
Чардж на тайда. Будет ли реведж нажимать? Нет, потому что никого он тут не убьет, даже не выживет, если он реведж здесь нажмет. Стрела мимо. И очередной килл для Карла.
Ну да, сопротивление пока не оказывается.
Дагон вбиваю раны.
Кого? Мимо QX за антимагом, да? За антимагом, антимем. Опа, призашки. Незерстрайка, правда, нет? Будут забирать Текиса. Одного за другим. Даже вместе IG не собираются, кстати, да, посмотрите. То есть они разок вот под мид собрались, когда пытались реализовать блинк от Даста. Это единственное их было смещение. Ну, на этом все. Дальше вот они сплитятся по карте и вот по одному умирают буквально. Карл блинку стан. Блинка отрабатывает. Карл может себе позволить.
Закончится, когда Рейвен купит еще одну шмотку. Сверх манты и Драгонлэнса. Что он там покупает себе, не знаю. Скади, бабочку, что-то из этого.
Мне кажется, игра закончится, когда Лунков нажмет реведж, они поиграют драку и уже... Да.
ГГ напишет.
Так, вот, Тайхантер, да, зашел и вышел сразу. Теперь за Дастом. Его тоже пробивает. Стрела в спирит брейкера. Как пробол. Тимс вообще ныряет дальше в троих. Вот тир 2 есть форстап, глип нажимается. Рубик своровал стрелу, стрела летит, все, вернулись. Довольно опасно было. Вайп Тайда. Он в таверне. Падает тир 2, еще одна тир 2 падает. Очень быстро. Первый на 13 забрали, второй на 20.
Как же грустно за Эйджи. Вот, смотришь карту эту, и они просто находятся в игре. Они ничего не пытаются сделать.
А ты же понимаешь, что вот если бы IG все-таки смогли реализовать свое преимущество на первой карте, выиграть игру, то вторая была такая же, только от IG.
Да, скорее всего. Ну, насколько крут Рейвен, да, что шел, сломал трон. Перебивает вообще вот все старания команды IG и Blacklist просто в одном моменте.
Да. Все именно так. Ладно, досмотрим эту карту. Может быть, какую-то интригу еще подарят ребята, но для этого им нужно как минимум вместе собираться, а там уже вместе играть, видимо, не очень хочется. Конкретно в этом турнире. Точно стоит отойти от этого лана. Интересно.
Double damage rune has spawned down to the bot rune spot as well, so if they found that for Raven, in fact he's going to find it right now, I feel like you might consider just going Roshan.
There's nothing really stopping you. You've got the output right now on Blacklist. You've got the
KP?
map control as well.
KP just charging across the map here. Raven will get the bottle for the double damage off Carl. And here we go. I think they will try for Roshan. They've even got the Skadi timing for Raven now, so it wouldn't be the worst time to fight either. Meanwhile, IG, they have smoked us full, running up north towards KP. I don't think KP will mind dying, though, to be frank with you. Like, as long as his team secures Roshan, he won't care about his own life. And it seems like he realizes they might be coming, so he backs off to the hot tub. The wraparound is there. IG. Hanging around, see if they can catch KP. Meanwhile, Roshan is still happening. KP gonna avoid the initial stun, and he's out. With the bulldoze and the Shadow Blade, he literally just walks out of it. That's a shame for IG.
It's a bit optimistic from IG to try to pin down a Spirit Breaker. And Dragon Tail's there, the follow through is just not quite, and KP saw that smoke break from a really good position in the through line. Manages to bail out. Aegis does good way of Blacklist now. Double damage, not too much time left, but with a secondary life, I think stopping you from high ground. Perhaps just the team fight threat of some big Ravage coming out from Sangyu can kind of hold you back here, but even then, I don't think that's going to be enough to find 2 lives on Raven, so you can just take point for the team here.
Here we go. Tier 3 bottom tower under siege. Raven, he'll get started. IG TPing to try and prep for a defense, but it's going to be very, very challenging. They have not won a team fight this whole game. 6-21, 10k advantage to Blacklist rivalry. Aetherland's now out on Tim, so it's much easier for him to try and steal the Ravage when Jiang Yu does try to use it. Jiang Yu has been very, very passive with this Ravage, understanding you cannot afford to give it away to this Rubik. And that might just mean the fight's completely over if they steal the Ravage. Considering you just have no BKBs available on IG's end. Blacklist will get the bot racks, they just walk away. Emo wasn't even there, he was just split pushing the mid lane to ensure they can't get a secondary racks. But Blacklist now 1 racks up, they're going to be more than happy.
Have themselves a pretty big map advantage now. Kind of takes the bite away from Emo trying to play split push with a Manta style up and running. This AM still needing so much more to catch up to that farm that you've got on Raven. Emo can still try to burst down Carl, but we just haven't seen that play come out. I don't think he's going to be confident until more items are in as well. So IG forced to play the slow game. Blacklist constantly applying that pressure. No fear in the world. Metamorphosis in a minute, and you can dive around a bit once that's up.
Closer and closer to securing the 2-0 victory is Blacklist. IG still trying their absolute best to get to a stage where they can deny this victory away from Blacklist rivalry. I mean, at least Emo is getting to a stage where he's going to be able to start fighting with his team unless he gets caught, but he gets the Manta off in time. So Carl can't get the Vortex. Mind you, Carl is going for the Ags on the Storm up next. And once you've got the Ags up, suddenly that counter spell is going to do nothing for you. They do take the top tier 1 tower down. Raven still has 25 seconds for the Metamorphosis to be up. So they'll hang around the tier 2 tower, but they will not initiate onto the tower yet. They'll need a creep wave anyway, to be fair. IG in the meantime, they have smoked. Zhang Yu looking to move in with the big Ravage, but still has no blink to use. They'll see Carl on the Storm. That's a great target, but you've got to find Tims first, because he's the big problem. They're going to run right into it. Tims has been caught out. The Rubik being bursted. Ravage committed now, knowing that Tims is going to die, and he is gone. Blacklist, they're still going to try and fight. Vortex out onto the Mirana. Meanwhile, Cuckoo, he is still alive. PYW, the one to go down. Cuckoo, though, being targeted here as Raven. He's attacking an anti-mage illusion. He'll go onto the techies now. QIQX being saved by the Glimmer Cape, but not for long. He should eventually die, and he will. The Zhang Yu is still going. In goes Emo with the Mana Void. Carl gets hit by the arrow. Carl in huge trouble is going to go down. IG successfully fighting back now against Blacklist rivalry. KP trying to run. Is out of mana. Has the Soul Ring. Never gets anything off though. He will drop, and IG suddenly finding 4 targets for the price of 2 buybacks.
Oh, that's huge. Just this Ravage, just the instant burst onto Rubik, opening up this fight for the side of IG. Blacklist, they're a little bit scattered. The supports were on the left side. Cores were trying to come in to back up the supports, and this time you lose access to Bosku, you lose access to the top-ups on your Storm. The AM illusion starting to do a lot of work in just burning down mana. Managed to clean up quite a fair bit. You're still in the lead here for Blacklist, but you're seeing the angles back for IG. They're not out of it yet, despite being 1 racks down. Again, we've seen what happens when you kind of corner one of these teams, Mike. Maybe a base race comes online later on. We could be in for a long one. But IG kind of reeling it back in.
I don't mind. I do not mind a long game. Make it a good one, IG. KP going for a charge top lane. Looks like it's just on the creep wave. Meanwhile, Tormentor being taken. Blacklist will go back for that. Tormentor for Bosku now, so he can use the life drain on the Nether Ward, which is actually pretty annoying to play against. You don't really see it too much when there's a Storm on your team, because you'd rather just life drain the Storm throughout the team fights. But that Nether Ward life drain, if you get caught out like Bosku did in that last fight, like he was life draining 1 guy. Imagine he could life drain just all of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck lot more coming out here with Cuckoo for sure. I think the key thing really is more just clearing out these AM illusions, which are causing
not you
for the chase.
Immediate charge out onto the Tide bottom lane. He wasn't expecting to get swarmed by Blacklist, but that's exactly what ends up happening. Zhang Yu just goes down. Hell, even Emo's around. Carl, he'll jump in. Counterspell was there though, so the Vortex just breaks the Lincolns of Carl. Stupendous. Charge out though. KP, where's he going? Looks like it's going to be up top lane. But he does cancel. It was just onto a creep wave.
I'll take that.
Didn't have the Shadow Blade as well for a good angle up. They play it safe and they find a Tide kill, which is very nice. Blacklist, they're kind of applying pressure, ensuring that the bot lane's always shoved in. They've got room for mid. No, wait, but we do have the full BKB on Raven at the very least.
And mid tier 3 tower now under siege. Dust's gonna rotate back to defend this. Keep in mind for the next fight as well, like Zhang Yu does have the blink now on the tide, so that big ravage we've been looking for this whole game can now finally come out much easier for Zhang Yu. And we've seen like that last ravage in the last team fight wasn't bad either. It did some great work, just killing off the Rubik immediately, making the team fight so much more comfortable for IG. Zemo, now he has the full basher up, going for the Skadi up next. Getting to a point now where he's starting to be very annoying as this anti-mage. Decides against the Skadi, we'll go for the Abyssal Blade instead. See, a fantastic way of kind of locking down the DB, locking down the Storm. Good way of breaking the Lincolns on the Storm as well if you need to do that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And we'll Blacklist rivalry. They'll play it safe and sit back for a bit, try to address that top wave. So IG, they will defend their Radiant base.
They've got the Ags out for Carl flying in. This is a big opening for the side of Blacklist. They could actually look to take a fight if they wanted to.
Oh, they're gonna try.
Vortex could ruin the side of IG.
There's only one buyback on the map too, John. Only Tim's has buyback on this map at the moment. KP, who's he charging? Oh, he's found Emo. He's charging right towards the anti-mage, but he will cancel that charge. IG, we're around the AM anyway. Blacklist making their position pretty obvious with the Nether Blast and Feybolt coming out bottom lane. They'll take the Watcher away in that Radiant jungle.
Ooh, how lucky could you get? It's Cuckoo. Psychic headband along that Aetherlin's up now.
Really nice. QIQX getting jumped. Another Psychic headband now for Tim's, even better. QIQX barely alive. Will pop the Glimmer Cape. They cannot burst him through it though. Tim's still hanging around mid lane. We'll take the blink away from Emo. So now a free blink up for the Rubik, which means he can still ravage a lot easier. Just standing back, waiting for it to come out. Charge in, KP trying to bait the fight. Dust will get lifted immediately. A 3-man stun, in fact, onto PYW and QIQX. Blacklist are moving in. The blue hole, it comes out from Carl. There's the Ravage for Tims. Tims has got it. Tims has got the Ravage available. Now he will pop it. A lot of BKBs available. IG, though, they are melting. Zhang Yu, QIQX, both are gone. Can they find anyone else? KP still being charged. Another blue hole from Carl. He found a 3-man one. Dust is down. PYW's down. Emo is trying to run. He is the only survivor left for IG. And this should mean, even without the Spirit Breaker, they
was an act of charity.
Emo, he won't leave without killing off Cuckoo. But nevertheless, it should mean Blacklist can go high ground.
And nothing to stop them. They got the damage. They know there's no Ravage on the respawn. There's not much Emo can really do to stop this outside of creep cuts. They will fortify. Next creep wave is still coming in though, so it shouldn't be a problem here for the side of Blacklist. They're not fully committing as well either from Blacklist, just using the terrible evolutions to get this done. They show respect for IG's hold. Again, that was a decent enough opening from IG, but Tim's standing in the back, getting the Ravage off, lives with the Ravage as well, so we'll just wait for it to come off cooldown here. Find some openings for themselves. IG have to respect that Rubik. Like, their biggest success was when they find Tim's first. If you don't jump Tim's first, you don't hunt down this backline, well, he steals all your spells and you feel very sad on IG. Roshan is up as well. Blacklist just gonna take a nice easy objective. Aegis cheese for Roshan number 2, and this should open up high ground for sure. Maybe just the tier 2 top into the high ground to go for the Megas, but not too much stopping you from that once this Roshan is taken.
Roshan goes the way of Blacklist for free. Meanwhile, mid lane KP still just charging around, but will back his way out of there. Roshan, Aegis cheese, the way of Blacklist. Aegis goes the way of Ravens. Carl, he'll take the cheese for himself. He just wants the mana in these team fights. There's not really much in the way of holding Carl down with the Lincoln Sphere up anyway. Blacklist will go through the twin gates. IG still doing a great job of defending in this game. BKB being worked on by Emo. He needs the defense, especially against this AoE Vortex. He needs some way of defending himself against that. The BKB will be the opportunity he's been waiting for. It's Blacklist Rivalry looking to go through the top lane now. But IG, they may be willing to fight. Now with the BKB up. Mind you, Emo leaves himself with no buyback gold, so if he dies, the game may just be over.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's just,
Here we go.
it's all in.
Ravens moving in. There's a big smoke out from IG. They're going to try for this. This will be the final defense if they can't win this one.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh,
has fallen.
KP's already spotted them out. KP with the bulldoze trying to run away. IG still trying to focus him, but the BKB is there. KP is going to be just fine. There's now Blacklist. Are they going to move up for a fight? Raven will do so. He'll see a couple, or maybe not, because it's actually the Sentry of the Radiant that's seeing him. Charge out from KP onto Emo, but that's going to be cancelled. Zip in from Carl, threatening with the blue hole, but it's not there yet. QYQX moving in onto Tims. Tims, though, he still had the Ravage! Tims! He got 4 targets! Oh, Emo dropping low, needs to get up, but a huge Ravage out from Zhang Yu! Locking a couple down. It's still not looking up for IG. They are trying to fight back. They need to get Dust out of there, but he's gone. Dust is down. No buyback available on the Dragon Knight. And Blacklist Rivalry, off the back of Tims, they can go high ground once again.
And they're staying alive.
Radiant's
Cuckoo.
top tower
Man,
is
just
under
get that save
attack.
onto Tims while he was ravaged up. Just get the life drain off. And the Pugna just bails everyone out. Off that save onto Tims. He gets scoped back in. Steals some spells to get the opening
Oh,
to go for
Zhang Yu.
more.
Oh, it's a 3-man vortex again out from Carl. Zhang Yu barely survived by the Glimmer Cape of QIQX. He will make it. Emo, though, he's going for a man fight on his own. They're out of mana on Carl, but the mana void never comes out. Emo's down. Emo is down. There is no buyback available. Blacklist Rivalry may have done it here, John.
Radiant's top
They've
tower
got
is
Dust
under
back up in
attack.
5 seconds. But without Emo, how do you defend? Raven, he'll get hit by an arrow, but he still has the Aegis up. He won't be afraid to just reset
Radiant's top tower.
for the next team fight if he loses that Aegis. Jump in, PYW immediately summoned by Raven. That'll be 1 down, but the buyback is there from PYW. 1 Rax left standing for IG. Blacklist, they're going to keep going. They know the AM's down for 50. There's no way back for Emo. They'll Dragon Tail up Raven. He still has the Aegis. They jump in. Vortex is there. The Dragon Knight forced the BKB up. Dust is going back in on Raven. They should have the Terror Wave with the live train. Cuckoo, no, he can't save. He cannot save him. But that is only the first life. Arrow will whiff. Raven will be okay to walk his way out of this, as they are looking for that mid-tier 3 tower now. Emo, he's 20 seconds away from respawning, but it's a very tough scenario as the Vortex again from catches 2 of them. That's 1 down. PYW dying back is now Dust. He can't make it out. He is gone again. No buyback available. Blacklist Rivalry should have this one in the bag. Emo coming up in 5 seconds. Onto the techies they go. QIQX is down. He'll commit buyback.
Radiant's middle tower.
There's the respawn from Emo, but Mega Creeps are now up. IG not calling it. Emo, he'll get charged from KP. He won't see the charge in. The arrow connects as well from Tim. Emo's been locked up for such a long time. Now the Vortex, a big Ravage up from Zhang Yu trying to save the day. Emo is still alive, but now the counter Ravage. Tim's again. Tim's has stolen the Ravage a 3rd time as Zhang Yu is down. But he will buy back. They're still in this game here. IG still trying their absolute best to stay in this game too. Blacklist, they will leave. IG, they will not call it.
Oh boy. I mean, in IG, all they want to do is spoil Blacklist after winning game 1 in that fashion. Sure, IG is more than motivated to kind of quash some dreams here, but Blacklist, again, they're playing with confidence. I don't know why this team just lacks a lot of that confidence. They play, you know, in the DPC they played so slow. Their games were passive. KP was starting to pop off. He's been consistent and he's showing it off here again. But this time, when you see the entire team feeling themselves, when they're the ones to make plays, when they're the ones running around the map, forcing the issues out. And this is the Blacklist you expect with these kinds of players. See, again, it's It's showing up when it matters the most, at the very least. In a game that seals their fate as to whether or not they do make it into tiebreakers.
Stupendous!
Or not. Again, at minimum, I believe Blacklist will face up against, at the very least, all other results notwithstanding, you should have at least a tie to Chopfire Bot. So
Yeah.
that's the one tiebreaker. There could be multiple depending on how Execration does. So you can land in that scenario, but this series is what determines that for Blacklist. This game,
That's
just one away, Mike.
That's amazing. That's amazing. The two regions you and I cast, and they're both going to have to go up against each other in a tiebreaker. Amazing. Thank you, Shopify and Blacklist. Thanks for making it hard for us as your fans.
It's time for Abid to choose, Mike. Does he do it for the Pinoys or does he do it for Shopify?
Remember Team Dog, Arbit. Remember Team Dog. Don't never forget.
Yeah. I'll never forget that one. That was a beautiful team. I miss that roster, man. That is like, those days, Mike. Team Dog up against Yopaj Neon.
Oh, don't bring up Yopaj's name, John. That makes me sad. You know, I miss my boy. Emo charges out. Are they gonna go for this? Emo, he doesn't realize he gets hit by the initial stun, and now the Ravage! Tims has got the full squad with the Ravage out. It's not enough though. IG is still looking to fight back. They are still going.
Radiant's middle tower.
One tier 4 tower down. Blacklist. Charge out KP. He has not had enough yet, but he will cancel. Raven looking for the tier 4. The blue hole. 4 heroes spawn. Carl just making it so hard for IG. Raven moves in. A 5-man reflection. They're fighting right underneath the tier 4 towers. KP with the charge out. He lands on 3. Oh, it's so hard now for IG. It's a 3v5 scenario. Blacklist are onto the Ancient. Surely there's no way to defend. They are not calling GG yet. Ravage out again from Jiang Yu. Tims will take it. He got the anchor smash in fact. A double Ravage. Emo trying. He's got a Carl. The storm is down, but Carl will buy back. He'll TP to the outpost in the Radiant jungle. They want to put an end to this game. IG, they are still trying to defend as Emo. He'll cancel the charge. Raven, he'll get the Sunder. Here comes the Vortex. Carl is not done. He's got Emo. GG is called. GG is called. Blacklist have done it. They will force a tiebreaker in the groups between themselves and Shopify Rebellion. And I'm gonna say it again, where was this Blacklist the last 5 days, Jonathan? I don't know. Maybe it's just, you know, Carl.
Gotta run.
Yeah.
The Eidolons.
They're strong. It's no
It's a
joke.
mob.
Does have a 19 stick.
Is under attack.
20 stick now. Pop for Yamsun as he backs away. And Husky trying to pull the creep wave past. FY trying to get aggro in his face. Malefice is there. They even clip the wave. Husky's in trouble. Yamsun trying to come back in and stop the pressure. Will finally manage to deal with all these creeps, but Chalice is right on top of him.
Sir, I heard you
Keeping
have
that movement
0
forward.
armor on Skywrath. You see that punch? The 80 damage punch from Timber.
Yeah, Yamsun is maybe just gonna die right here. Uses the stick to try and survive. Gunner moving in, but it's more than enough. They bring him
Whose branch
down.
Was that Yamsun's branch? Did he try and stop him?
I think so. Yeah.
Ooh, tough. Maybe it was Gunner's branch actually. With the distance it was from him, it might have been his as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it could have been.
Top tower is under attack.
But yeah, not gonna work this time. And with that glyph, that catapult is still alive up top, and it has been putting in the work. This tower's gone. What a catapult!
Yeah, that's big.
That's an
Dyer's
MVP.
top tower is under attack.
That's huge.
Dyer's
catapult.
top tower has fallen.
They will finally move over with FY to secure the Wisdom Rune.
Radiant's
Lelis
bottom
took the
tower
other one.
is under attack.
So, Azure, they run into Lul here. Gonna find him with massive amounts of numbers. The Medusa is gonna die.
Prepare for battle.
Differences, notably draft for one, because BetBoom in that series, they just ended up kind of with the same draft in both game 1 and 2, and Bleed managed to win it. This is a very different situation we're looking at here.
And a very different team.
Size kind of help.
Despite what I was saying.
How different do you think Nine Pandas is to BetBoom?
They're very different. I think Nine Pandas are like a very late game oriented team, whereas BetBoom is a very lane dominated oriented team. Yeah. So all their picks are going to be different. How they're using them is going to be different, even if it's the same hero. And Nine Pandas are really a team that plays around Kiyotaka being that star player, that killer on the map. Whereas BetBoom, I would almost argue BetBoom are oriented the opposite way, where they're not around their mid player in GPK. They sometimes put him on an island in like a Necro matchup or something, just let him do what he does, and then they play to their 2 side lane shot callers. So this is a very different matchup for Bleed. We'll see if it works out better for them. But the one big factor is like what happens between Kiyotaka and Gordon here. I think Kiyotaka overall is a much stronger player, but Gordon did get the counter pick. So we'll see if we can make it work for him. And we'll see if maybe the supports can also skew a lot of the momentum.
5 seconds remaining. Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, I'm still happy to see that when we started off, we watched Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn had this picture, hasn't changed. He's complained about it on Twitter as well. So I'm glad to see no one's listening to Quinn. And yeah, everyone but Quinn, I'll admit, is looking sharp. Quinn, that's not a good angle for you, buddy.
Dire team ban. Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, I think it's been looking better for BetBoom for sure on the land stage. We can see that maintains here, and they're in a pretty good position to go through. And we should be able to go into the draft. We should have that draft ready to go here, so we can take a look. We have the initial bans coming out. We see Gaimin banning out the Tide and Morphling. BetBoom taking care of the Inch and the Timbersaw. So quite a fair few openings here for both sides. Gaimin, they can opt for something like the Techies opener. They can opt for maybe the Undying to be prioritized. I don't see them just sniping the IO without the partnership, and they'll just go Techies. Play it safe. Take that busted hero out. It's funny because, you know, our first major of the year, Mike, was the Lina major. Now it does feel a bit more like the Morphling or Techies major almost.
10 seconds remaining.
It's 100% contest, I believe.
5 seconds remaining.
If not 99.3. Yeah, pretty much.
Dire team pick.
Tundra.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think it's a solid pickup right now. No hard counters. They'll go to Broodmother instead, so they prioritize another busted hero coming out here. Love to see that Brood come out. I think that hero... Again, we heard Italiano when we were doing Div 2. He expected his hero to be a priority ban and pick. Does slide through in the first phase. Nightfall has played it for the most part here in the major for BetBoom. Could be a pause one, still enough flex to give it out to Pure on the offlane. So it's relatively open, but boy, can this Broodmother hit hard when it's allowed to have tempo. Like it's ridiculous. Insatiable Hunger basically giving you almost double damage here. It's like, all right, that's cool.
Fun fact, John, I was actually in the shower last night. In the shower, which was
nice.
That's the story. I don't know what...
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
So nice way of dealing with the Broodmother. Literally, she walked in, started screaming. Said, oh, the spider, that's very scary. And she goes, what spider? Oh, okay.
Oh, God bless you, Michael Phoenix.
It's terrible.
Just
couldn't believe it.
There's more. I'm glad the group stage is ending out because the rest of the viewers don't have to hear about this anymore. They don't have to hear us. With the Darks here, you've got a strong lane coming out for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, Darks here with Techies can run down. I'm always so curious as well because I'm pretty sure we've talked to the Gaimin guys, right? And they tell us it's Gaimin. But yeah, when we hear the announcement inside, it's Gaimin, right?
Yeah.
But
or is it Gaimin?
Gaimin. No, we've talked to Alex and the others, right? They say Gaimin.
Right.
10 seconds
so,
remaining.
Well, I mean, to be fair, John, do you really care? I mean, these are crypto bros we're talking about.
That is fair. That is fair.
I know how biased you are against crypto bros.
That is fair. Thank you for reminding me, Mike.
Shout out to the Gaimin guys, though. We love them. Very kind people to us. People at LANs actually sit there talking with us, John, but these guys do. I'm not sure if that's a compliment to them or...
doing so.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's complimentary to them or not, but shout out to the boys. We love you guys at Gaimin.
Remaining.
Funny enough as well, we stop showing up at lands and they start winning, so there's that as well. Maybe we were the problem.
We were the curse. You know, they just needed to stop inviting us, and god damn it, they've done it. You know, they're winning everything.
Yeah, they've done it.
So you're welcome.
Absolutely. You're
Alex and everyone else.
Yeah. Anyway, BetBoom. Fourth man out for themselves.
Do you reckon the storm here? Yep.
Do you reckon they've got Jeez, I feel a bit embarrassed now. I can't remember the name.
Turn to ban.
They dress well, what's his name? I feel so embarrassed now bringing this up.
Reshi.
Reshi. Oh, how can I forget
Michael
Reshi?
of Phoenix.
Oh, I apologize, Reshi. I apologize. You reckon they've got Reshi there in the Spartan outfit again?
Hell yeah.
I really appreciate the marketing that they do.
Why not?
I must say.
Of course.
10 seconds
Gotta rep it.
remaining.
Yeah.
Gotta rep
Gaimin,
the Gladiators, man.
I have been
5
working out. If Gaimin
seconds
want to put me in the Gladiator suit, take
do it.
Reshi out of it.
They should do it. I would love to see this. I'm sure the audience wouldn't, Mike, but I'd love to. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. As they do finally ban that storm, so no storm Pugna, no fun here for BetBoom.
No. Well, they could have first phased it. I mean, obviously, Storm's not going to be given away when you've got a Pugna on the other side already.
10 seconds remaining.
BetBoom, obviously, understanding the Storm was going to be banned, still prioritize the
5
Pugna.
seconds
To be
remaining.
frank, Pugna still has proven to be extremely potent anyway. You don't need the Storm to
Dire
back you up.
team pick.
There's the Undying ban out from BetBoom, surprisingly making it all the way to the fifth ban of BetBoom, as they do go for their third pick now.
And you don't need too much to play with
Gaimin
Pugna, to be fair.
Gladiators turn to
You just need someone who can sustain, and
Oh,
good
one of
god,
my
they have a
favorites.
lot of sustain. This is
Yeah.
so much sustain.
He's a big
Life
boy.
Drain, what false promise. If you get the Ags on the Oracle, and you get the talent in the Broodmother with the PAT, good god, that's an Alchemist.
Alchemist is online, absolutely.
10 seconds
Obviously,
remaining.
the Oracle is very effective against the Darkseer, right? Like the Purge on the
5
Surge, always going to
seconds
feel amazing. The Oracle, one of the, I wouldn't say the better counters towards the
Gaimin
Darkseer, but during the laning
Gladiators
stage, it is certainly extremely annoying with Fortune's End. Batrider will come out, which is another hero that doesn't particularly like Oracle, John, because, you know, your false promise obviously just purges off the lasso. They still choose it anyway, because Batrider has proven to be extremely powerful in the current meta. Could just be a support pick anyway for Gaimin. We'll have to wait and see. But they do openly choose that against the
5
Oracle.
seconds
So they've made
remaining.
that decision for themselves.
Yeah, it's not going to be the comfiest. You can still have impact, and to be fair, if the Batrider just jumps the Oracle first, then you can kind of fix that issue. That does require, again, probably just the blink timing, which Batrider doesn't necessarily rush as a first item. I'm keen to see what Gaimin's game plan is with this one. I think BetBoom, I like this all in. Sure, it's not much control if you think about it with Oracle Pugna. Something more mobile and it can be really annoying for you to try to pin down here. And something like the Slark is going to be really annoying to pin down coming out here for Gaimin. So you have a really good solution. A hero that loves playing into this high sustain. Because Slark doesn't lose. He's just going to get more agi up, going to get more stats stolen. Even up against Broodmother, you can use your Shadow Dance, you can use your Depth Shroud quite nicely here. So it's going to feel
5
pretty damn
seconds
good
remaining.
for Diracho. But the potential for BetBoom's draft is just, I appreciate it. You know, this is the kind of stuff that I'd sit and think about. It's like, what if you did get the Oracle with
Gladiators
PAT?
turn to
I mean, you're probably not going to get Ags on your Oracle, to be fair. And now you've got a strong lane up against its Slark.
Right.
The LC, we've seen this lane multiple times. You just tend to not have fun here for the Slark.
Hear me out, right? We've got no battle pass coming for TI. They did mention they're going to still put cosmetics in.
10 seconds remaining.
John, can we finally get Commander Tresden back?
5 seconds
Can we get the mustache
remaining.
back, Jonathan? Is it going to happen? The persona for the LC, the thing I've been asking for since Dota 2 first came out. Can we have it? Please. I just want a guy on a horse with a mustache. A glorious mustache.
That's fair. Would Kotl not be?
Oh,
little
John,
glorious beard and
don't. No!
Dire team back.
That's not a glorious beard. That's an old man's beard. And that's it's more like a
Gaimin
pony he's riding.
Gladiators turn
It's
to
not a real
ban.
horse. Don't make any pony jokes, John.
Oh,
Don't.
I see. You know the difference. You know the difference. I'm sure. Thank you, MLP Dota, for showing us the difference there.
I've told you before, I know the difference because my wife owned a pony. This is not a joke. She literally owns a pony.
This
10 seconds
is still
remaining.
not helping the cause with your name.
No, it's not, is it? I am not the pony, by the way. It was the Gaimin Gladiators. They ban out the Primal Beast. Final ban out to come. I've dug myself a grave here, John.
Pony. You're not nice
John.
enough to be a pony.
When you accidentally pick the name MLP Dota, right? You see some stuff when you Google that name, John. All right, I'm not going to get into it, but you find out some things about people's people's wants. Is final ban is coming. Gaimin Gladiators. Still don't bring it up again, John. BetBoom. They're looking for a mid hero right now, I believe. I mean, it could still be an LC mid, so it could be a position 1 we're looking for all I know. We'll see. Keep in mind as well.
Mid matchup. Yep.
You do have two ways now of purging off lasso, by the way. I don't know if you already mentioned that, John, because I kind of turn my ears off every time you start talking, but press the attack's going to be very nice.
Yeah, it relieves some of that pressure, right? Like, the one play a Bat Rider has up against the Oracle is lasso Oracle first. Now even doing that is not going to be a guarantee for the side of Gaimin. But again, it's a support Bat Rider as well. So how much do you really care about the counters? Maybe not as much as you'd expect. But even just all of these purges on hand means that Flame Break damage staying on is not likely. Sticky Napalm is going to feel a little bit less effective. So the answers are there from BetBoom. For Gaimin, they still have really good wombo combo. Again, they have the Slark matchup that feels great into high sustain. Although the Slark lane into LT, again, not the smoothest. Let's see, Gaimin and do ban out the Primal Beast and that Shadow Fiend for BetBoom on the mid. Taking out some big options here for GPK. Could he opt for? It does feel like you lack control here on the side of BetBoom. Like you don't really have that much in team fight. You've got an AoE root and duel, and that's pretty much it. And it does feel like you want some hard lockdown for something like the Slark here. Not sure where you can find that. Like, this is a bit of a quirky pick, but an OD into Slark can feel pretty good. Just imprison him. Imprisonment is another save as well. I don't think OD is really a pick, but if you're looking for one way to kind of handle what Gaimin has, an OD does work.
Gaimin Gladiators.
I guess so.
Turn to pick.
I think they've got enough save, but you could be right. I mean, I'll give you props, John. If OD gets last pick by BetBoom, I'll give you credit. There you go. Final pick up here from Gaimin. Potentially just a mid we're looking for here for Gaimin Gladiators.
10 seconds remaining.
Something for NA's finest, Mr. Quinn.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they weren't that great until Quinn came along. 10 seconds. 5 seconds left. About it.
NA diff. NA diff.
Dire team pick.
They wait till the last second, and of course, they'll go for the classic Quinn Leshrac.
I don't mind it.
That's a classic.
It is a classic. Quinn loves this hero. It's so weird. Man, we've been watching Quinn since, what, Optic Gaming? As Cool, Calm, and Collected?
I remember.
And even then, he was already picking that Leshrac up. Like, on off lane, you'd see it even. It's like, he loves this hero too much, Mr. Quinn.
It's an NA hero, John. Every NA mid knows how to play this Leshrac. Like, it's every NA mid's hero. Every single one. It's like the Filipino Ember I talk about every time with you. I guarantee you, every Filipino player... John, as an Australian, I think I'd know, right? Let's get this straight. How would you know being an American? You're too far away from the country.
That's fair. I forget that I'm not really the Filipino. I apologize. Pasensya, I apologize. Pasensya po.
Okay. It'll bet boom. 15 seconds for this last pick.
Wind Ranger at your
There it is.
Okay.
The Wind Ranger comes out.
Not the biggest fan, but lane matchup against Celeste. It's not the worst. It's also not the best. I mean, you can probably get a lot of things done here. You can be really disruptive on the Wind Ranger. I don't think Quinn's going to be sweating too hard up against a Wind Ranger, though. Like, he can just spam out the wave, and GPK can do the same with power shots, so it can kind of devolve to stable farming lane, although, again, you shouldn't be under kill threat, at least for GPK. I can see that being a little bit safer, as long as he's not stunned up. You get a pause and unpause in the strategy time, rather interesting from Tofu. And hopefully that isn't a sign of things to come. I mean, we are in Southeast Asia, Mike. I guess pre-game pauses aren't too surprising,
10
but
seconds remaining.
you'd rather not have to listen to me and Mike again. I know you
5
viewers are
seconds
hurting. I'm
remaining.
sorry, but you have to deal with it. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Oh my god. Well, she chooses the winners, Mike. Guess who's in Bali? Neil is. Guess who's stuck at home? You are, you bum.
I just can't win.
Let's get us out. Get us in the game. This is sad.
Please.
This is sad. We don't want to see such a sad face.
Get the camera
From
off me.
Phoenix. Yeah.
I'm gonna get the razor out right now. This really happens.
This is such a hype matchup.
Yeah, hype matchup for sure. Yeah.
It's such a hype matchup, and this is such a sad story. I'm so sorry.
It literally happened. Like, oh, you look like Tsunami now. I'm like, how do you know what his name is?
I can't. I can't. Neil, he's out there. He's watching this, maybe.
Yeah,
looking for what happens with tiebreakers.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he's hearing about being a home breaker. Thanks, Neil.
Yeah. So, they call me caveman. Tsunami comes on, they call him Kunka. Like, what a he's an admiral, but me, caveman, homeless. That's what I get. It's terrible. This is bullying online. I'm reporting this to somebody. I'm telling you right now. Get Tsunami out of here. I can't stand it anymore.
Unfortunately, Mike, I don't think many people would side with the caveman here. So, you're out of luck, my friend.
No. Worst part is I had a chance to clean it up too. You guys convinced me not to. Anyway, who cares about that? Game 1, BetBoom, Gaimin Gladiators. Let's get serious, John. There's about to be a level 1 team fight, for God's sakes.
The battle begins.
Looks like Celery is going to back off. Nice flame break on 5. Won't really matter though. They'll still pick up the bounty. And it is going to be a 2 for 2 anyway. So all that action for absolutely nothing. See, the odds actually favoring BetBoom here, John, as well, which is... It's not favorited by much, but that's a bit surprising. I would have assumed it was the other way around.
I think maybe
Wait,
people
what?
again. Huh? What's up?
What is this graph doing? This graph's wild. Yeah, don't worry about it, John. Go on.
Oh yeah,
Mid lane.
it is a bit wild.
GPK and Quinn going in the mid lane. Leshrac versus Wind Ranger matchup. How's this meant to go, John?
This one is one that we don't see too often. I don't feel like the Leshrac should be shut down, honestly. You should be able to play with off your spells. You do have a range advantage for the Wind Ranger in that. Going for harassment for her end isn't too bad. Power shot is you can stand further back. You shouldn't be under threat of the lightning storm. You shouldn't be under threat at all of the split earth, so GPK should be fine. But I don't think you're stopping Quinn too badly here, unless, again, Quinn misplays, pops too many power shots, but very, very hard to see that happening. So it should be an even farming game. Probably not too much action unless someone severely misplays here.
What about that bottom lane? You're going to have Durachu there on the +1 Slark. Pure on the LC, of course, in the position 3 role. Celery and Save going to be there supporting both.
Not while I'm around.
Pure is very, very scary in this off lane, John. This is one of the players that I really admire. Like, Pure, he just, the way he plays the lane is always just so brilliant. And he, at the very least, usually evens out. And even in the games where we don't see him even or win out the lane, he usually ends up coming back and carrying the game for his team anyway. I do think Pure is one of the more valuable players in the world right now, and just, again, just brilliant in practically any role he does play.
Yeah, just has that presence. Knows how to push that lane's limits. Saw Save just trading hits with Celery, and leading a very even back and forth there. course, you are getting enough room out for Duracho. He is pulling ahead in the CS. But once Pure hits, say, level 3, this is when the lane starts to get a little bit oppressive and trying to play around the creep waves. You're going to cop some of that overwhelming odds. It's never going to feel good for the Slark. You do have a lot of output as well from Save if he does manage to connect with a Nether Blast. Even just the ward being dropped is pretty annoying. You can't spam your spells out for Celery. He's not able to try to harass out with a Flame Break here.
Certainly not. Bit of a chase on Pure and Save, but they're going to be just fine. So far, the best lane right now is BetBoom. Like, Nightfall's having a great time top lane, 12-4 in terms of CS's. Bottom lane, Celery was taking a fair bit of damage on the Batrider. We'll be okay. It's just very tough against the safe Pugna. The amount of harassment you can deal as this Pugna is kind of ridiculous, and it's the thing as well, like, this hero has 330 movement speed as a base movement speed, so it's really challenging to trade harass with a support like Pugna, because he's got a nice range, he's got a nice attack animation, he's got a nice movement speed, he's got a nice nuke to spam out. Like, he kind of just ticks all the boxes, and as I say that, Duracho is going to chase him down a little bit. But you get my point, John. There's a reason this Pugna is so strong right now.
It just does a lot. Provides a lot of space out. Pure is able to CS his way to happiness. Duracho just can't threaten with the fear of those overwhelming odds, and they're diving a little bit deep. And all the lanes feeling pretty good for BetBoom.
Duracho, look at this. Pure just manning up. Pure just does not care. Like, you're a Slark, no problem. Have some stats. I'll just take your life.
Yeah. You just regenerate through the trade, so it's not the biggest loss for the LC. And again, you can always threaten with overwhelming odds. At level 3 with level 2 up, it's a pretty painful time up top.
Yeah, top lane. Toronto Tokyo setting up first blood with the Oracle. Tofu going down. Very nice setup with the Oracle. Hitting that level 3 mark and just abusing the power spike. And this is where you're going to feel really strong, as Ace is going to try and harass. Fortune's End is back up. Toronto won't feel the need to use it. Eventually will, though. Again, the power spike of the level 3 timing with Toronto Tokyo is huge. The Purifying Flames just doing so much damage now, and you've got to be very wary of that as Gaimin.
And you can't really harass back onto the Broodmother. You're not able to really fight into that. As long as Insatiable Hunger is up for Nightfall, he's always going to feel better in these trades. So already a pretty good time coming out here for the Brood. Nightfall, probably just going for the Echo Saber Harpoon build you'd see from safe lane. And that here it starts to really pop off. It's going to get a little bit scary. Even if you have some solutions for the Spiderlings in the form of Quinn on the Lesh, I don't think the Broodmother core minds too much. It's all about her right clicks anyway.
Only one kill so far, almost 5 minutes in. Mid lane, GPK gonna get stunned by Quinn, but see no follow-up. He is by the tier 1 tower after all. Quinn doing a fantastic job in the mid lane as always. 27 and 6. That's 7 CS ahead of the Wind Ranger. Gonna go ahead and swipe a bounty rune for himself. Maybe even think about heading up top, but probably not. Still just level 5, so just wants the bounty. Get the bottle refill for himself. No other kills happening across the map yet. Both sides quite silent. Though I dare say BetBoom is having a somewhat better time, at least in the side lanes. Like Nightfall, top of the CS on the Brood. And of course Pure, 27 and 8 on the LC. Bottom lane, Spec Knob, save. Going to be chased down now with the Firefly of Celery, but Pure is going to jump in onto Duracho. Duracho dropping low, needs to be careful. Oh, he's gone. Save might go down, but you got the position 1 Slark. This is what I'm saying about this team, John. Like, even just during the laning stage, BetBoom is so clean as Pure is still chasing, hoping for the procs of the moment of courage. To try and chase Pure just a little bit, but can't really man-fight an LC. He will continue chasing them. Sticky Bomb is there. Pure will be able to press the attack and walk away.
You got a little bit of a reset, but Toronto Tokyo showing up. This is one thing as well with a Broodmother safe lane. You can just leave that lane. It can solo quite nicely, so they can look for another kill opportunity. That pick off on Duracho without save around does give a little bit more EXP as well for Pure. So the level 5 timing starts to line up. Things start to get dicey as you start to threaten with duel. Once that starts to approach, they are trying to run that trialing down bot from GG though.
It's still hard on Pure. That's the thing. It's not going to be that easy to take him out. Even if you land the pounds, I don't think they have enough damage for Pure right now. Like, he's holding on to about 1.1k HP.
Oh, they're trying to sneak for the rune.
Oh, they're going for the rune. Celery trying to sneak in. Save is going to be there. Fortune's End to lock down the Batrider. The Celery is still charging towards it. He needs 2 more seconds. Celery, can he swipe it away? Not quite. Save does get it. It's still a 1-for-1. It's a bit of a shame for Celery as he does sacrifice his life in the attempt of making it a 2-0, and obviously it does not work out that way.
The aggression just lining up from BetBoom. They get a good read. That's what Gaimin are trying to do at the filing. Just try to ruin.
Pure just doesn't care what they throw at him. Pure is just an absolute menace at this bottom lane. Does not care.
So much damage with the overwhelming odds with the creep wave up. Even onto a Slark. Like, it's not comfy for Duracho. Still at level 4, about to hit 5.
Pure try again. Quinn is here this time. Pure surely goes down. Pure though fighting back with the overwhelming odds, and now Toronto Tokyo with the hills out. Pure, he's running. He has made it. Pure is out. Quinn's in trouble. Quinn is out of mana, but he is going to make it himself. Toronto Tokyo coming in clutch with the Fate's Edict. Making sure Pure takes no magic damage at the end. Oh boy, they are trying so hard to shut down the offlane of BetBoom. But BetBoom are not allowing it.
You're still getting that farm on Pure. You're staying alive. You're getting EXP. You've got a solo free farm lane for Nightfall up top while all of this movement comes down bot. There's not much pressure Ace can really get done on a Darkseer there. Outside of just spamming Iron Shell.
JPK's a nice one, but the stun never comes out. The flame break was there from Celery, but the split earth from Quinn never being committed. Perhaps he was hoping for Tofu to set up first with the blast off, but that never happened either as bottom lane Duracho. Oh, I thought he was getting chased for a second. My goodness, just such low HP.
And he's getting what he can right now. Like, he's not having a lot of room for himself in that Slark. Very stark contrast with Nightfall and a free farm lane up top. What do you do about this? Sure, you can clear out the Spiderlings and microwave the Iron Shelled one though. And Nightfall, and he's getting into that Echo Saber timing, where even the Spiderlings are not really the big threat. It's just Brood as a hero.
Nightfall being chased. Toronto Tokyo through the twin gates is around to save, but they might aim him instead of Celery. Celery finding out the hard way that Nightfall was ready to fight back. That is your Batrider going down once again. And speaking of going down, the bottom tier 1 tower is also down thanks to Pure, who was left alone to get that done. Gaimin, they've got to get a bit of a handle on this game, John. Seems like BetBoom straight out the gate looking very, very potent.
They're looking scary. This movement across the map from Toronto Tokyo is just genius. He sees the opportunity top. Nightfall calls for him to come in to bait out that Batrider trying to sneak around. They find a punishment.
Focus fire, Quinn! Down! Wow, wow, wow. I mean, you just said it, Toronto Tokyo. Like, the movement from this Oracle. It is very rare that you will find this much impact at 10 minutes in by an Oracle. Toronto Tokyo 3-0-2. But the amount of saves, the amount of setups from this man. Incredible.
It is. It's not a comfy game for Quinn. Like, you have to worry about this Oracle. That save with Fate's Edict. The fact that it doesn't disarm any longer.
Bottom lane. Jewel is out. Pure, he needs some help for this Jewel and won't get it. Hoping for a few more lucky procs with the moment of courage, but doesn't quite get there.
A little bit unfortunate. Maybe a bit optimistic to try and look for that kill. First duel not really panning out. You're more than happy again, just applying constant pressure onto Duracho. This Slark, bottom network core right now. Not the best position. Slark does want a fast ramp up. You know, he wants to start to get aggressive with, say, a quick Echo Saber Axe time.
Oh, Ace. They purge off the Surge. Ace is not going to make it out, I don't think. Plenty of control. And Nightfall, he'll pick up his second kill now as the Broodmother. He's going to have the Echo Saber very soon. And John, we know what happens when the Harpoon comes out. This position 1 Brood, it is something to behold once he has the Harpoon.
It becomes an actual spider, dragging you into those webs, into pain and fear and death. They're lining up for Pure down bot, keeping eyes on him, but you really can't handle this LC, especially with a Blade Mail up. Should be some bigger dual wins coming out for Pure now.
Lane. This group up, John. Ace just respawned. He just TP'd back towards the top lane. Luckily able to surge away before the Fortune's End did come out. But the pressure being applied by Nightfall and Save, there's so much push potential with these spiderlings, and of course the Nether Blast. Sadly, Nightfall not microing his spiders, so they all do die to the Iron Shell damage. But I don't think he cares that much. He just wants the top tier 1 tower, wants to open up the map and start taking half the map for himself to farm.
Just keep building up. Hit that harpoon timing. Sure, the spiderlings don't last too long in this kind of matchup, but they're still doing so much damage. This hero is just ridiculous. He just does so much.
Already hitting for over 200 damage. About 250 damage, in fact, with the Insatiable Hunger used. Very balanced for a Universal Hero to have a base damage increase on his first spell. 70%, pretty low number, I'd say. That was sarcastic, Jonathan. Obviously, 70% is not a low number.
What do you mean? Lycan has a lot as well.
Hold on. Here we go. Oh. Shackle, perfect from GPK, landing on 2. Celery will be the target. Immediately bursts it down. Meanwhile, Jewel on the backside has found out Ace. And that'll be the first Jewel victory for Pure. And they move right into the Ancient stacks. Thank you so much, Gaimin. These will be ours now. We'll take care of it. No need for your assistance.
A lot of
even more farm.
Nothing to stop it too. There's just no early presence coming out from Gaimin. Your support duo of Bad Rider Techies can't really achieve too much. Even with the lasso up and Celery, how is he supposed to find the angles? He needs a blink up, which is not really the typical build-up for a support bat. Normally you go like Drums, Tranquils, and try to apply some pressure running down. Just not the game for it. Up against these saving supports in BetBoom, you need to find backline.
Mid lane. They catch up Celery once again on the bat. He's going to try to run, but no chance. Pure just pops the Blade Mail through the Firefly to make sure they get the job done. 1 to 10 is, I think, a scoreline none of us thought we'd be saying in this game 1 between these two. Durachio trying to steal a Wisdom Rune, might even find Save. Save, going to find out the hard way that the Slark is here, as he will pick up the Wisdom. That is to the way of GG. But now Durachio needs to get out. Jewel is up for Pure. He'll pop the Shadow Dance and just run. Not risking it. Not with the Blade Mail up on Pure. Way too dangerous. As the Radiant Triangle now, Tofu trying to intervene. Will get taken out by Toronto Tokyo, who picks up his 4th kill of the game now on the Oracle. And Nightfall has the harpoon. Here we go.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is when balance truly shows its face, Mike. We need to spiderlings for anything but farming. And your base hero will just drag everyone into the webs and keep killing them. Into the Scotty next, even more stats, into a BKB. This is going to be a very hard to deal with spider here. And I don't know how you even kill off spider infections in Australia, Mike.
Oh, right now they need to figure out how to save Quinn, John. Quinn is in huge trouble. Look at this. Quinn is deleted. Celery TPing in to try and help, but he might just be another sacrifice to the spider gods. Nightfall instead wants Tofu. Nightfall not feeling like meat today. We'll take down the techies. And I'll tell you what, John, with this harpoon, Nightfall, he's going to drag the side of Gaimin right down to Australia. Very scary times.
And then they can see actual redbacks.
Yeah.
And then True Terror will show up, Mike. That's not a good time there.
No.
Remind me never to go to Australia, Mike. Even though I'd love
I tried to, John.
Indeed. Gaimin getting that message right now. BetBoom, 1 to 13. You know, we talked about this series being competitive. I think the first series was a lot tighter than this one. This is just so far a stomp from BetBoom. For Gaimin, what they need is timings in the right. They need some more farm of the Slark. They need probably just the full Bloodstone up in Quinn and this blink on Celery. If you can get that done, you start to find the back line. Take care of that Oracle first. You open up these fights for you. Let's see. You're smoked up here.
That they are. Mid lane, Gaimin waiting. BetBoom, they'll know exactly where they are now with the Pulse Nova on the creep wave, so BetBoom gonna start to move in. A bait here by GPK though. No, he's caught. Lasso was there. He's still alive. Now the Jewel out. They've caught Ace with that Jewel. They're trying to win it though. Jule's down. Ace will win the Jewel in the Darkseer. Meanwhile, Nightfall will deal with Tofu. But Gaimin, they won't be too upset with these trades as well. Hold on a minute, GPK. 2-man shackle. Quinn getting pretty low. Durachio going to jump back in. Needs to pounce out with the Shadow Dance. And we'll make it for now. But Nightfall, he's on the chase. Durachio, he's all right. So 1 for 1, definitely in the favor of the Radiant this time. And even a bit of free Jewel damage to go the way of Ace.
That was big save attempt from BetBoom. You lose the duel, sure. You lose out in your LT, but you save GPK. I think that was worthwhile, just to ensure the Wind Ranger backed off, as the kill onto GPK would have been a lot bigger to lose. So you're fine with that on BetBoom, but you have to prevent any other bleed out like that, because side of Gaimin, they've got that Blinking Celery. Easier time to find those lasso plays.
Ace.
You might be able to sneak around here for Ace.
Yeah, Ace needs to find a way out of this one. Surge is there. He's still just being chased down by Nightfall, who had the harpoon, did use it already. Will still chase. One of Ace tosses out on Celery now, but they want Ace first. A double shackle from GPK holding both of them down. This Wind Ranger, GPK, he is hitting every shackle. Finding a 2-for-1 special for himself and his team. And they will capitalize off the special.
Yeah. Instant push onto the tier 2s. I mean, this is still a Pugna Broodmother draft. So the push potential is still ridiculous here, once they do manage to get on top of an objective. Side of Gaimin, you've got that Bloodstone ready on Quinn. He can start to hold his ground a little bit more in the middle. Still not the comfiest times as Fall just gets to work. Tier 2 faults, 2 outer towers left. Good side of Gaimin, BetBoom 2-16, 8k lead up. This Broodmother is, it's ridiculous. 1 ultimate orb up, 188 damage, plus 146. When Insatiable Hunger is up. How is that fair?
It's not, Jonathan. That's the fun part. It's not.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
still, I mean, Gaimin, they're going to go for that mid-tier 1 tower. They might be able to get away with this. The Diabolic Edict of Quinn going to be more than enough.
Has fallen.
And Gaimin, nowhere near out of this game yet. They'll find Toronto down a bot lane. GPK will be there to try and help out. Focus Fire gets started. Toronto, he's still alive. He'll get the false promise in time. Now the blatantly lockdown from GPK, who has a double damage route going. Durantio, he can't survive it. The duel will be there in time. Pure, he'll win. And now the shackle from GPK. Landing on 2 again. Oh, it's just it's just such a one-way street. GPK. Ultra kill for the Wind Ranger. Toronto, Tokyo surviving throughout all of that. Gaimin will find nothing, but BetBoom, they will find everything.
I don't think anyone expected this kind of game 1 coming out again. Maybe a lot more back and forth, but Gaimin has no grasp on the early to mid game here at all. Not a single tool available. And they've got the blink on Celery. 2-21. 2 more kills for BetBoom. And we get the magical reverse number.
Or 1 more kill for Gaimin, 1 more kill for BetBoom, John.
Oh, you know, that works out. I'm sorry, it's just so rough for Gaimin that I don't see him getting 1 more kill before the 23 hits. So we'll find out which one it will be. And BetBoom, I don't know if this game gets easier for Gaimin as it goes on. Like, with the scaling on Broodmother, like, even without the Ags, it's terrifying.
Mother comes. Nightfall. Oh, there's the Iron Shot to at least delete a lot of these spiders. Ace came prepared with the bug spray.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nightfall. Still the big problem. Celery gonna try and go. Jewel is out. They've got Durantio. They have got the Slark locked down with a Jewel, and they've got the victory to boot. Pure with 0 hesitation, and now the shackle. GPK. GPK. He's been in his math classes, John. He's finding all the angles here. It's Nightfall. Hands up. Ace trying to run. Harpoon is up. Come right back to Mother. Ace, he is all right. The Gleipnir will not be there in time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Back to the tier 2 bottom tower, but I'm trying to find a saving grace right now for Gaimin, John. They're on to 2 kills at the moment. They're finding 0, 17k behind. I don't know how BetBoom lose this.
Tower has fallen.
I don't think you can scale up here for Gaimin in that, well, you don't have any map space to scale into. Fair call from Pure. I think we all expect a lot more from Gaimin, but BetBoom are just, they're insane. And they pull off this Broodmother, which has been a frequent enough first phase ban, and they managed to make it work. I mean, you've got the Scotty up, right, on Nightfall. Look at his talents. Why does he get a BAT talent during Insatiable? 0.3. That, you know, most tiers start with 1.5 to 1. 1.5 to, I believe, our lowest right now is 1.1 BAT, maybe 1.
please.
0.3 reduction, 30% reduction is insane.
Toronto, build the Ags, please. Let's see it. Like, level 25 talent with the Ags of Oracle. So does that minus 5? Minus 0.5 V18? 0.45, okay.
That's so dumb. I don't think we'll reach to level 25 on Nightfall, to be fair, so it's a far cry for us to see that, but good God. Just thinking about that, it's like, why? On this universal hero type,
because why
with a
not?
stat padding. It's like, it's insane. Can you imagine if you played ability draft, right? You pick up Insatiable,
Yes.
you had the Brood, you pick up Insatiable, and then you pick up Chemical Rage.
Yes.
Or you pick up False Promise for yourself, get the Ags.
Yes.
Oh God. Sounds
Problem is
so
nobody
dumb.
really plays ability draft, John. Let's be frank.
That's
Actually,
true.
there is a bit of a community there.
They have their own meta. It's so insane. Like there's an actual draft analysis for picking up spells and priority.
That's why I can't play it, because it's like everyone just knows what to do now.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
It's
you
actually
players
quite
are just
hard.
like, well, it's I don't know. I'm not gonna talk too much trash about it, you know. At least it's not League of Legends.
What is that?
Mid-tier to tell.
has fallen.
What is what, John?
I don't know. Did you even say anything right then?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
You might be asking the same question now, John. Quinn gets caught. Not going to be enough damage. GPK in the meantime apparently just kills Celery. It's Pure, still chasing. A little bit upsetting for Pure because Quinn while Pulse Nova was still ongoing. So had he got him while Pulse Nova was going, you probably would have had the kill with the Blade Mail. But without that, not enough damage against the Lesh.
Still have this opportunity to push onto the high ground. And your hold is here with a wave clear on the side of Gaimin, but you don't have any kill potential. It just feels like there's nothing to stop Nightfall. There's nothing to stop GPK.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe you're out, put it in. Hello, Quinn. He'll try to pop the blood. It will kind of work out in his favor. The Bloodstone I meant, Jonathan, but the mid-racks, or rather bot-racks, is still going down. Nightfall not backing off yet. Quinn trying to move in. A big press the attack, or rather overwhelming odds from Pure as Quinn still trying. Oh, he's locked down now. Still the Death Shroud will save him as Nightfall is still going. False Promise gonna save. Duraccio trying to get out of this. He's gonna make it. So hard though, because like, if Save and Toronto are still alive, Nightfall knows he can't die, and GG's called. 24.5 minutes in, BetBoom will take game 1. I don't know if you can call this a complete outdraft from BetBoom. I think it was just a complete outplay from BetBoom, because they just looked incredible.
I think it's a mix of both. And they had a much stronger draft for this early tempo, but they certainly
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team
Play
back.
harder.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Wish I had an Acer Predator as well, but I'm sure all the players are feeling good with their monitors right now as we can look with our own monitors. What? Of course.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban. Radiant team pick.
Not garbage. I'm gonna trash my figures like that.
Ten seconds remaining.
Let's see what our DX Racer bands are like. We do get the Timbersaw gone with the Brood Mother, so the respect ban is there. It's BetBoom that bans it out. Rather interesting because they don't have the back-to-back picks. Gaimin taking care of the Tidehunter and the Inch. So what does BetBoom want to open up with? The Pugna is still available. All things said and done, you can just go back to that if you want to here on BetBoom.
Pick me Pugna.
Yes. Go for it.
I mean, why not? Like, Save obviously is enjoying playing Pugna quite a bit, I'm sure. His Pugna is something to behold. Like, last game, it just felt like they could never catch him. BetBoom, they still have the option. The last game around as well, we saw them have the opportunity to take Storm to boot. They're going to take Undying instead, which was not banned out. So Undying being one of the more popular position 5s here in the Bali Major. Mostly banned in most of the games we cast, but does make its way through to game 2 here. Gaimin,
10 seconds remaining.
How will they respond? They still have the opportunity to pick up techies if they want to go back to that for Tofu.
Gaimin Gladiators
is still there. Pugna's there as well if they want. They go with the Morphling first. Oh boy.
Water boy. Here we go.
Radiant team
it's up.
pick.
And you have already the Undying to turn into. So that already feels good just having Tombstone for your end. Take the techies here as well. So you're feeling pretty damn good on the Gladiators and to just have this kind of opening. For the side of BetBoom, you can go into an AA counter if you really wanted to. Just go for the AA to counteract the Morphling, but we haven't seen a lot of teams prioritize that. Again, when we watch NA, then again it's Div 2, but in NA Div 2 they always pick up the AA up against Morph. Other teams not so much, and if you leave it into the second phase, it's gonna get banned in that next wave of bans. So BetBoom, it's either pick it here or just look for another answer.
They'll think about it. You can pick. Get banned from the team that is picking up more for. Or are we just going to leave it and hope for the best later?
Radiant team ban.
Oh! So this is something we keep commenting about every time we see it. Morphling generally is Morphling favored. BetBoom still go for it on their end of things though.
It has worked out before. Some Medusa games you pop off faster, you start to farm, you can apply a lot of pressure to the Morphling in laning phase. So I think that's what BetBoom are looking for. Just play around its aggressive style, ensure that the Racho doesn't have a smooth start on the Morph. He's never able to really build into his big Ags timing. And that's where the Dusa can shine. It does farm faster, even in rougher lanes, just purely off of the split shot, so you can flash farm quite quicker into your item timings. And that's what we have to see come out here from the side of BetBoom. Just enabling Nightfall as much as possible on that Morph. And just start to
5 seconds remaining.
Hit your timings faster, play fast, kind of reminiscent of game 1. Just repeat that same kind of pacing. And the Morphling might not ever reach that point where it's a threat. We have seen rather rough games for the AM where that can happen. BetBoom for their part still respect ban out that AM. Still looking for the Dusa counters, just trying to ensure a smooth time here for the Morph.
See what game we want to ban up next. Like the Pugna was removed, so they're just going to focus on perhaps some support pickups. Maybe focus on the offlane a little bit here for them all. Trying to think of what they could give Pure in the offlane to make the life of this Morphling much more challenging. I think a lot of the time we see Visage coming out against Morph, which does prove to be quite strong. Don't know if Pure really wants to play Visage this game. Mind you, every time we have seen it, to be fair, Visage has looked kind of trash. So,
Yeah.
while it might feel good in the laning stage, it has felt pretty lackluster after that.
It has. It's not the smoothest time for that hero. It's a lot of time here for Gaimin to decide on their bans. I mean, they take care of that Pugna
Radiant team back.
and take out Skywrath Mage as well. I suppose an Oracle doesn't feel good here with the Dusa because you lose your mana shield anyway when you
Gladiators
take
turn
damage.
to ban.
Your mana melts. So,
They'll ban out the Underlord.
Lord, what options are left for BetBoom to kind of pick up for a safe save? I think this is just Toronto Tokyo playing the Undying now. So, pause 4. They are
10
taking care of a lot of
seconds
big
remaining.
ones. In Pugna and Sky, you want some instant control for
5
Morphling.
seconds remaining.
There's a funky pick in like a Lion here for save, but I don't know, it's a lot of pressure on you as a Lion. Even with Blink up, Morphling will rush into Lincolns, and suddenly your initiation onto Morphling's a lot rougher. It has to be a snap decision, very quick mana drain into Hex. It is easier said than done. The Lincoln's break.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you still have a point though. Like we have seen Lion popping up a lot against Morphling in quite a few games, so I wouldn't be too shocked to see it. Wouldn't mind something like a Clock either. I think Clock can do pretty alright. Rubik's still available against the techies. Always a good pick, I think, against techies. Just the spells are just so valuable to steal. The final ban is taking a bit of time here for Gaimin.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
Skywrath is not available, so you won't have that option. But I still think Rubik is pretty good, if not the Lion.
Ban out the Kotl here as well, just to ensure that BetBoom can't go for Dusa Kotl. Mystic Snake spam plus more mana.
One of the heroes you always talk about, actually, the AA is still there.
Yeah.
But though no
one picks it up
against
outside of any Div 2. No one's been doing that. Like it's such a straightforward counter as well. You get a pretty good time with your shard.
I think it's just the laning that's kind of a bit awkward for AA right now. Like I know it's meant to be a strong laning hero with Chilling Touch, but I don't.
It's that bad. I still don't think that AA's laning is the worst.
I guess not. Well, I mean, we'll see. They have the opportunity to take it here if BetBoom want it. 25 seconds of reserve time left for Gaimin.
I think your issue with an AA pick for BetBoom is that you lack some hard control.
Radiant team pick.
Again, you have the counter in terms of softening up more. Hold is not something you'll have too much of. Gaimin go into the Beastmaster. So they've got their own hold coming out. They've got a pretty stable lane for the Beastmaster to play into that Dusa. The axes build up pretty happy here. Doesn't take too long to threaten the Dusa, start to really chip away at her mana
10
pool.
seconds remaining.
You can clear out the creep army with the Medusa though, so
5
there's
seconds
that, but
remaining.
it does take a while. You know, dealing with a Dominator creep early on isn't the best. Dealing with an Overlord creep, not any better. I like this coming out for Ace. Hard hold, some good tempo to play with. You get the Beastmaster Techies lane coming out here as well. It's a lot of aggression coming out there for Gaimin already in that lane.
Certainly is. 20 seconds reserve time now left for BetBoom. Both teams really respecting each other in the second pick phase.
Radiant
Still
team
looking for a
pick.
position 4 to
Gaimin
save, and there's the
Gladiators turn to
Rubik. So they will take it for themselves. And they'll go right into the Doom for Pure. So, I mean, already a really strong draft. Obviously, we've seen Medusa Doom side lanes be extremely potent. It is a much greedier style of draft, but when you consider the fact that the Morphling and Beastmaster want their own time to farm, I don't think it's going to be too bad. There's Gaimin now, maybe looking to pick up
5
their position
seconds
4
remaining.
or 5, depending. Preferably a position 5, I think. I think you'd much rather Tofu continue on the techies. Especially against the
Radiant
Undying
team
lane.
back.
Shadow.
They're going to go down the Shadow Demon route.
I like it as save. You can stall out a little bit on the jump in from BetBoom. You can just get more Morphling illusions out as well, get some Dusa illusions out, which can be pretty big as the game goes on.
10 seconds remaining.
You have some decent laning presence. I think a Shadow Demon Morphling lane is...
remaining.
It's alright. It can threaten onto the Doom quite nicely. The issue is, you're adding a lot of value onto the Rubik to steal spells. Like, if he steals the save on Disruption, it's big. Steals the Demonic Purge, you're asking for trouble. So there's like a double-edged sword here with a Shadow Demon pick for sure. Then again, it's always the case when you're playing into Rubik, so you just have to be mindful of that spell usage and ensure that the Rubik doesn't get stuff like the Disruption or Purge here.
Monkey King gonna be removed by BetBoom. Gaimin
remaining.
Looking for a mid to ban out for GPK, I believe.
5 seconds remaining.
Neither mid laner knows what they're going up against quite yet. I suppose Gaming could throw the Morphling mid. There's the Primal Beast being removed now from Gaimin Gladiators. We saw this last game as well.
Gaimin Gladiators turn
Husker going to be removed just in case Quinn feels like busting the old Husker out. I mean, they've left the Lesh alone again. Like, if Quinn wanted to go back for the Lesh rack, try to run it back for game 2. Could be a nice option with the amount of push you have with the Beastmaster. You could play a very fast game, fast-paced game as Gaimin Gladiators with the Lesh rack mid. But BetBoom, last game, they were very well prepared for it, to be fair. Snapfire is going to be removed here. BetBoom, they'll be the first ones to take their mid.
It's not as comfy for you to try to go for the Wind Ranger here, so I don't expect them to fall back to that. I suppose you have a lot of Spirit Brothers still available overall, none of them being banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
The Husker ban could indicate that you've gone for something like the Ember.
5 seconds Gladiators turn to pick.
They go with Pango instead, so that's one way to kind of get some good aggression going. A very durable front line. Of course, you're picking Pango into Beastmaster, so you'll always have the Roar to stop the roll, but
yeah,
I suppose in lane it's not going to get crushed too hard.
But do you mind that too much? Like, if Roar is expended on the Pango every single fight, I don't think they mind at all. Right? Like, because the Medusa Doom are just going to have free reign.
For sure. That's later on. Like, early on in these fights, your Medusa Doom aren't joining you.
Right.
So the Pango will have to get this work out for himself, and that cuts into his tempo. They go into the Quinn Ember to close out. Laning matchup against Pangolier is pretty stable. We've seen this one multiple times before. It does feel like either one can find an opening depending on who does kind of overextend a little bit, so it can go either way. Should be rather interesting to see this one unfold. I'm pretty keen on seeing on what exactly gets happening here, because it should be a good back and forth. I don't think this is going to be as stompy for either side. It should be much more competitive for game number 2. So yeah, I think Gaimin can bounce back in here, get the draw. But at the same time, if BetBoom are allowed to hit this tempo, eventually getting that farm they'd want on Nightfall and on their Doom, on Pure, then you're kind of scared of that scaling up. Because it's a Dusa, it's a Doom. Even into the Morphling, if the Dusa has the farm advantage, it can still feel pretty rough for the Morph.
The race to the...
And like 3 teams being eliminated from each group. I believe we've already seen Group B slightly form up. Azure Ray took a very quick 2-0 over now, and so that locks in Nouns for elimination now. And there's still a chance for Azure Ray to play up against the Bleed, depending on the scoreline, or up against 9 Pandas. So it can go either way. It's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah. Again, this series that we're watching for Gaimin versus BetBoom, not as impactful in there. We do get the pause unpauses coming out from Nightfall, so looks like we're we're trying to speak team speak issues is the pop up here. Of course, it does happen.
It does. Doesn't matter. We'll get into game number 2 rather soon, as we are gonna wait out the pause by the looks of it, into the game 1.
Your name offends me.
That other series, spoiler alert for anyone who wasn't watching. Very exciting stuff.
Is that intentional?
And we should have an exciting game. And as we head into it, we'll be able to see what these teams are up to. Again, a little bit of a quick pause at the start. So no real excitement coming out. Everyone walking to lane, no problems here. So Mike, Alex tweeted at us, said you will put on the outfit. There you go.
Wait, who?
Gladiator, Mike.
I thought he was
Alex.
telling me to put on the outfit.
Yeah, and we will have you put it on when we are on land.
Okay. Next time we're on land, if that ever happens, Alex, I'll put on the outfit. I'll be the new mascot.
Sorry, Alex, fat chance of that.
Sully, a fat joke. That's very funny, John. Very, very funny.
But you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm sorry, Mike. I forget.
I know what you were doing, John. What, you forget what?
I forget to be more sensitive around you. You're a sensitive fella with a sensitive heart, Mike. I apologize.
Yeah. Sorry about taking your job, Reshi. It's needed to happen. What can you do? It happens.
Handsome devil,
There you go. Game 2. I mean, Gaimin, even if they've already secured their upper bracket spot, I don't think they want to get too old here. You know, we know Quinn in particular. I've spoken to the man personally. He is not a happy boy when he loses games like that. Nightfall being chased down by Tofu, it seems. A bit of a fight top side, but won't mean too much as Tofu. Bit of a disruption on Nightfall, not going to amount to too much. Nightfall going to be able to walk away. Toronto Tokyo with a bit of harassment on the way out will be just fine as well. And while we're here, we can start with the bottom lane, where you are going to see Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo casually chasing down Tofu. Tofu now going to be the one to take much more damage. Well, I say much more. Not really much more, but yeah, they do kind of even out the harassment between these two.
Getting some blows. Not gonna be too bad. Forced to start with disruption, but you do get early Naga illusion switch. Aren't the tankiest, aren't the scariest, but still fair going for Nightfall. I love what Toronto Tokyo is doing, just getting really aggressive. Looking for the Ks onto Ace, knowing that the Beastmaster level 1, not the comfiest of times, so the axe spam is starting to stack up here. Toronto Tokyo has to respect that a little bit.
You know, keep taking the decays, but Ace just stacking up 1 charges now as disruption is going to fly out. No more axe charges or axe stacks are there from Ace, so he won't continue the chase. What about mid lane? You're going to have Quinn against GPK. It's like Quinn should have a decent enough time, but we've seen the Ember vs Pango matchup multiple times, and it does feel like it is slightly Pango favored. GPK already finding himself a little bit in the lead in terms of CS, but I think it should still be a pretty even match between these two.
It should be a nice back and forth on mid. Slightly Pango favored, but by the time you hit your early corrosion timing, it starts to feel pretty nice to spam back with a sleight of fist. Your flame guard as well, there's no easy way for GPK to maul through that. At the same time, he doesn't have too much to worry about. His right clicks are fat enough that he can hit them quite nicely onto Quinn, and it starts to hurt that Ember a fair bit. Rune control is going to be the big if someone can deny off a water rune from one of these top ups, say a 4-minute water rune denial that can set tempo for the level 6 timings here.
What about that top lane, John? We haven't talked about top lane at all. Durachio Celery against Pure and Save. Lift up on the Celery. Already a lot of damage being dealt. Infernal Blade out. Celery going to try and blast off and will not make it. Pure has enough. Durachio now forced to back away. Full strength morph on his way out. just to ensure he remains protected. But a great first blood pickup by BetBoom, realizing how far they can push their heroes. And all that gold going the way of Pure. You're going to be happy about that as the Doom.
It's going to be an early Vanguard timing coming out here for Pure. I love that he goes for the 0-1-1 build, going for the 0-2-1 build now. Just not needing Devour, not wanting to play slow. He wants to be aggressive in this lane. He wants to look for that punishment when anyone does come in, when Celery lines up for the blast off. And it's a lot of laning pressure. And Doom will still eventually find a farm with CS anyway. He's going to be feeling good here on Pure, just having this laning presence coming out. 1-0 so far. No big action outside of that kill. You're, again, starting off with a good foundation for the side of BetBoom, considering this laning start. Nightfall's not being pressured at all on that Medusa down bot. You're just finding your farm up against Ace. And that is a little bit of concern. Again, Medusa up against a Morph. It can flash farm a little bit faster on Medusa once you have the commitment for split shot. And if you get stacks. And get that going here, then should at least maintain a 1k, 2k lead over the Morphling down the line. And if you can play around that early tempo of Dusa having these earlier items, that's where the Morphling can sort of fall flat, depending on how much Diracho can get here.
Save dropping quite low himself. We'll go for a fade bot onto Diracho.
Precious bounty.
Bottom lane, a bit more action breaking out. Nightfall very low on mana. Literally has no mana at the moment. Tofu might look for a setup. Not that hard to take the Medusa down with 250 HP, but Mystic Snake will hand him a bit more mana back, as it seems like they'll even drop the Tombstone preemptively by Toronto Tokyo. Not going to amount to any kind of kill towards Ace, but it will at least allow the space for Nightfall. It's like Tofu never really found the opening to go in for a disruption play. Instead, just trying to contest the small camp pull from Toronto. Let's actually get away with it as well. Toronto not able to quite get the pull off, so unfortunate for Nightfall, who has to try and farm underneath the Dire tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, top lane, Diracho dropping a little bit low. Is going to be okay. Save was on the chase, but doesn't have the lift up to abuse. Twin gate usage is there by Celery down towards the bottom lane now. Tofu, though, already finding Nightfall. A nice start as Toronto Tokyo trying to run, but here comes Celery with the sticky bomb, getting another. Not only do they find the Medusa, but they'll find the Undying with it.
Nice set of pickoffs. Nightfall just being a little bit too far forward. Comps way too many axes. And eventually just gets run down. You know, with Mana Shield empty, Shadow Poison just kills you off so fast. With 4 stacks up. Have to respect that. Diracho is left by himself, but he does have the attribute shift. He has enough mana. Not going to be under too much threat here from the aggression on BetBoom. Still, for BetBoom's part, they've got the mana burn creep. He's just ready to try and make this as hard as possible for Diracho to maintain that presence here.
That he will. Mid lane, Tofu may get caught. Toronto Tokyo drops the Tombstone, gets the Blood Grenade off. Tofu trying to take the zombies out while he can, but the Swashbuckle from GPK and the last decay from Toronto Tokyo are going to be more than enough. It's Quinn. He's actually out of mana, but no, he'll use the sticks. He'll have just enough mana to remnant away. GPK did have Rolling Thunder if he wanted to chase, but decides better of it. Won't bother trying. Now another Blood Grenade from Toronto with the double damage, wanting the chase down onto Celery. Celery looks like he's going to be just fine anyway. It's a hand up, high five from Toronto Tokyo, and that'll be enough.
Not going to be able to find too much here. Well, Toronto still has the maxed out stick charges, so has a little bit of burst mana to play with along with the Lotus, but not too much. Still camping around for Nightfall.
Diracho. Top lane, bit of a chase. Looks like he's going to be fine. Bottom lane, a big surround. They've got the Medusa in this disruption. Last off will follow up. Nightfall, already low on mana, trying to get his way out of this, but now he's completely out. He needs the help. The Mystic Snake, it'll give him the life he needed with the mana pool to be able to survive. Tofu is the one to go down. They will not be able to secure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Some mass commitment out, but it's worthwhile to save Nightfall. You find the trade back that does take the Lotus out from Nightfall as well. Again, more than worth it, considering that you don't die. Gaimin this time around should be able to snag away the Wisdom Runes. Been sneaking his way across. GPK's here though. Okay. Manages to steal that away from Quinn. Took a long walk out, doesn't find it, but can always remnant back, I suppose.
Yeah, that he would. Much more even game so far. 1k net worth lead to BetBoom. But you have a Doom Medusa, so it makes enough sense that you are going to have the net worth advantage throughout most stages of the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At the very least, it is 3-2, which is already a much better scoreline than what we saw last game as well. BetBoom not having anywhere near as a dominant laning stage as they did in game 1. GPK going to be chased, gets the Rolling Thunder. Disruption will do nothing, but Tofu did commit it. GPK, sure, he loses Rolling Thunder, but he won't mind too much. He will survive, and he does get the Arcane Rune for himself.
Pretty happy about that. I have to say, it's a little bit funny. Debuff immunity. I didn't realize. GPK Rolling Thunder.
You still get the illusions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disruption will still always give you illusion. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Why?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I have no idea, John.
Radiant's
no
middle
idea.
tower is under attack.
I mean, it looks funny now, but once you have like the fusel up, those illusions will hurt.
That is true. Very true, John. Bottom lane. There was 3 heroes here from BetBoom. Celery's going to just move out of there, and he just goes straight for the ancient stacks in the dire triangle. 3 heroes from BetBoom still sticking around, but the opening is not going to be there against Gaimin.
Never refuse gold given.
Radiant are scanning.
Arcane Reservoir.
Dyrachio has been left top lane to farm on his own. Mind you, his net worth has been suffering a lot. Like, Pure's been doing a great job of not allowing him to feel safe on this Morphling whatsoever. See, that mana drain just so annoying for Dyrachio because he just can't ensure that he can strength morph at the right moments. BetBoom, they're going to group up top lane, go for this tier 1 top. Meanwhile, mid lane, bit of a setup, trying to go onto GPK, but he has the Rolling Thunder once again. Won't even use it, just pump faking now as Quinn still hanging around, trying to secure this kill onto GPK. GPK really playing on the edge on this Pangolier, is going to find a way out.
Dances around, doesn't get the best use out of his arcane, but with a bailout, you're more than happy. It's quite a fair bit of commitment that's coming out from Gaimin here. Back Toronto, Tokyo, and 10 with Rune about to come up.
We're going to try for this. We'll be able to run it down towards the bottom side where the Invis Rune does spawn. It's a bit unlucky for BetBoom. Setting up on the top rune spot, finding nothing. Quinn will still be able to walk away. But I think BetBoom, if they're allowed to just sit here and farm, I'm pretty sure they're more than happy with the game state. I don't think they care too much about having a fast game. You've got a Doom, you've got a Medusa. You just want to hit creeps.
That you do, and they are hitting creeps quite nicely. On the side of BetBoom, Pure #1 in net worth. Everyone else, Nightfall and GPK not too far behind. You are at farm parity at the least for Gaimin. Again, most of this net worth difference is on the Doom. Dyrachio may be lagging a bit further behind than you'd want to on the morph, but it's to be expected coming into a rough lane with Pure. So I don't think Gaimin minds as much as well. As long as Dyrachio can kind of close this gap down the line, ensure he's not like a full item behind, then Morphling can still play into this matchup. The key thing for Gaimin here is, when do we see their tempo? Ace is going for the Ags build-up on the Beastmaster in this game. Not going for the Aurus, not going for something like, say, a Crimson Guard, which I think counteracts the Medusa in a big way. In that presence for these fights. But you don't have illusion spam coming out here for BetBoom, so it's not like the most impactful Ags build-up on Ace. It's still big up front, I suppose, so let's see if the investment will pay off here.
Bottom lane, bit of a group up now from BetBoom. Rin's going to show up and take a creep wave. Meanwhile, mid lane, GPK's got a Rolling Thunder on Celery. Celery, oh, nice little sidestep, and the swash is not enough. Celery somehow making it out of that scenario. Tips out towards GPK as well. Very nice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just a little bit of a dancing around. No kills coming out.
Look at you all day.
Again, game has slowed down. You're just farming up a Storm on Nightfall. Manta not too far off. Did give all the stacks away to Ace, so his Ags timing should be pretty on point. Still about 2.1k away from that. This could break that monotony though. GPK with the defusal up should start to be able to find these kills, start to play with that inhibit, play with the mana burn. Have a much better time in locking in even the softer support kills. Let's see if that's the point where they start going. Quinn on the hunt.
Oh, Nightfall. He's around the area. Got a couple heroes here from Gaimin. Quinn will make his presence known with the Sleight of Fist. Nightfall is still very healthy in the mana department, but his mana pool is at about 940, so you can burst through that quite fast. Quinn is still just chipping away at that. GPK is going to show his face. Quinn going to try and remnant out of here. Nightfall is keeping up tabs on Quinn. So Quinn will leave the area. You know, chipping away at the Medusa with the Sleight of Fist, but Nightfall, he doesn't really flinch.
No. There's just no steady follow-up for that sort of poke and prod play from Quinn. Ace is around the area, Celery as well, but pretty deep dive to try to commit onto the tier 1. BetBoom can easily re-engage in that area, of course. And they just play this farm game. Got the Midas up on Pure. Going for a quick blink, and we'll want to start playing around that. Heck, he doesn't even get the value point in the Doom right now for Pure. Just going all in on farm. Should be able to pick that up rather soon, though.
Save. Oh, he got the Strength Morph. Always a great feeling for the Rubik. Suddenly, Save has 1.7k HP on the Rubik now. That's an amazing feeling here for Save.
Radiant's middle
Remember those memes back in the day where Rubik would accidentally Agimorph and he just got stuck with it forever?
Yep.
I think there was a YouTube clip where you could he just kept getting rocket flared every time he respawned at the fountain. Something like, it was either that or A.A. Ice Blast. It's hilarious.
Yep. You just die. Yeah. No one does that nowadays.
No.
Yeah, and the Dota player base has grown smarter over time, Mike. Now you just go full strength.
Wouldn't go that far.
Never go full Agi. Smarter than before. It's not a high barrier, Mike. I'm not really stating too big of a compliment. It's not high of a barrier, considering where we were before. Smoke out here from BetBoom. See if they find an angle.
3-man rotation down bottom. Gaimin, they do have 4 heroes here as well, so Quinn should be relatively safe. In fact, Mines are going to reveal the smoke. BetBoom running right towards them. Blast off away is going to be nice from Celery to buy him a little bit of space to move. GPK is still chasing him down. Meanwhile, Quinn, he will hold the rest of them back. They will lose Celery. Only 1 down so far for Gaimin. But GPK wants more. Moving forward, here comes Darachia from the Morph flank. From the north, they have found the Medusa, locked him down, but the Stone Gaze is still not being used up. Eventually does get committed. Won't really matter though. They were just illusions.
Dire's turret has been killed.
2 going down for Gaimin. BetBoom, get away with this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just a good collapse coming out there from BetBoom into Gaimin's triangle. Again, just starting to play aggressively, going with that smoke angle. Not really finding the biggest core kills, but finding 2 supports in a deadlock game is certainly a nice feeling to have. Still waiting for Nightfall to finish up this butterfly rush anyway. And he's getting the space to do so. They shove in the bot tier 1. No contestation coming out from Gaimin. 5k lead stands for BetBoom now. And your timings are starting to line up. Again, the blink not too far off for Pure here. Disassembles into the pipe inside. Once you've got the Blink Doom, locking in something like the Morphling becomes easier. Daracho not too far away from his own Lincolns to protect. There should be a good surprise factor coming out here. Outside of Gaimin once that's up and running.
Tombstone down, Tofu going to be targeted first. A very easy pick off to take as Tofu is already down. Quinn, Celery, both trying to run. Pure does have the Doom available, so Gaimin have to be extremely cautious. Mind you, Ace now does pick up the Aghanim Scepter, so you will have the Drums of Slom available now for this defense, but it doesn't seem like Gaimin can really hope to defend, though they are still trying. T1 tower now extremely low. Ace, he's going to be the target. Nightfall will go for the chase, but Ace will walk his way out.
Tower is under attack.
You do get some level 3 chains on save, so he could hope to lock somebody down now as Pure going to go for the Doom, does find Quinn with that. GPK with the Rolling Thunder trying to find the Ember. Instead they'll focus on Celery. That's your tech, he's gone. Pure is still alive as Tofu will follow. Tofu going down with his support brethren. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo dropping pretty low to Ace. They chain them up. Duraccio in. He gets one. He gets GPK. Duraccio, how much can he clean up? He'll get the chains out now. That'll be a triple for Duraccio.
Radiant's top tower is
The
under
perfect
attack.
morph into the Rubik. He got the lift and the chains out from save. And 3 heroes for the morph. The mid-tier 1 tower does remain standing for Gaimin. BetBoom getting caught with their pants down in the mid lane as even top lane Pure not going to be safe. Quinn rushing in. Pure lands a 2-man stomp. Quinn, oh, he misses the chains. Unfortunate, the creep wave does come in at the right moment. They do miss out on the Pure kill. Still a great fight in the mid lane for Gaimin though.
It opens up a lot. They still have the network lead here for BetBoom, but they're ramping up now on the morph.
Drops a tombstone, but he just gets deleted. Duraccio finding his 4th of the game now. 4-0 on the morphling.
Radiant's
and it's getting scary. Duraccio is getting close to the Ags.
Never refuse.
That's the scary part.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It becomes really obnoxious for you to play the Medusa in this matchup. Heck, even turning into something like Pango with his stats taken away is massive.
GPK, he needs the Rolling Thunder. Chains are going to lock him down. Disruption not changed that well. Quinn's going to run out of mana anyway with the Diffusal Blade of GPK, so won't bother trying any further as bottom lane, Ace actually draining all the mana of Nightfall, forcing the Stone Gaze to be committed. Nightfall will naturally just retreat right after the Stone Gaze committal. Now props to GG, even with the net worth deficit. They are keeping up and finding some good trades on their side of things.
And they're doing what they have to do, which is apply some pressure early, try to use this Morphling's early tempo, and protection with Linken's up.
Now running right towards the morph with his smoke. Duraccio, he just waveformed. Save. Lift. Not going to be there yet. Remnants forward. Duraccio is still very cool though. Still agi-morphing. Not afraid whatsoever of save. Sadly for save, he was lacking the vision for the lift back. So Duraccio not going to be a victim of this smoke. Going to be just fine.
Back to farm. Needs that full Ags up. Again, with the Lincolns to protect. Your initiation is a little bit more convoluted from the side of BetBoom.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You're still farming up a Storm here on Nightfall, but he doesn't have a major lead. Like 2k above, 1 item above, 1 component above in terms of his built-up items. Waiting for the Butterfly next, not too far off. But I think Nightfall's not going to be comfortable until he gets more stats. It has to be something like the Scotty coming out afterwards, just to have a little bit more HP on have a lot more int as well. Use his EHP in that way. Side of Gaimin. Again, your patience is paying off for Duraccio. Quinn is going for his own Lincolns to protect. The Ags have felt significant from Ace.
The odds can't be that bad, can they?
That is kind of insane.
Dire are scanning.
All right, I mean, great odds to take if you're a Gaimin fan. I don't think they're that far behind in this game too. It's Quinn, chains out, can't save. Tombstone down from Toronto. Duraccio in the middle of all this will waveform away. Meanwhile, Save not finding a raw target yet. They are going to lose Celery, and now the Doom comes out. Pure not going to allow the Beastmaster any kind of play. They do take down Ace. Duraccio trying to run out of there. We'll get to the Lotus Pool. Needs a TP. It is cancelled by Pure. He could try to take the Lotus while he's here. He won't even get that. Maybe the odds were right, John. Maybe the odds were right.
Perhaps they were, Mikey. As you say, you know, Gaimin's not too far behind. They get wiped. Alex is going to be very pissed at me. You just cursed him. The torch starts to fall here. Really good angles being found from BetBoom. Look, just down to save, right? Like, this Rubik gets swapped out, has the remnants, has a remnant back, and a remnant forward. So it just dances around stalling for time. And the rest of the team just collapse onto him very nicely. Gaimin, very scattered in that fight, not able to open up with a roar, not able to use that roar at all, and Duraccio just has to run in. All of his team dead. It's an easy time to break that Lincoln's, find that opening. Now you have to deal with 2 lives on Nightfall. With that full Butterfly up on the Medusa, she hits like a truck. Split shot or not, the damage coming out from Nightfall is huge, and just the evasion and the mischance coming in provide a lot of EHP for Dedusa to rely on. And it's into the Scotty afterwards. You've got that up and running on you. I mean, Dedusa's not going to be too worried. Duraccio Almost done with the Yags, but
Quinn. I suppose it's lucky Pure did not have Doom available, because Pure was right around that remnant. And BetBoom, prime position to try and force in this bottom tier 2 tower. Nightfall's going to get it started. Hesitate just a little bit, but does have the Aegis up for 4 minutes, so plenty of time. Seems like Gaimin, I mean, they're going to bring Durachio down bottom, but that's about it. Durachio will be in charge of defending. In fact, they are going to TP now. Durachio, though, losing a lot of HP to Nightfall. He's going to continue strength morphing. Nightfall, very low on mana, but just can't really be dealt with. Sure, you get through the mana pool, but you can't get through the HP pool of Nightfall.
Is under attack.
You'll have plenty of time to try and reset. Doesn't even need it. Gonna move back in.
They'll have the Aegis. They can just go for the push. You have enough mana for the Mystic Snake at the very least. And even if you do get a reset, again, not the biggest deal, because it does feel like to force the reset out from Nightfall, you'd have to put yourself in a pretty awkward position for Gaimin, where you can get punished by the Doom. You can get punished by Rolling Thunder. BetBoom just looking to take away these objectives will go for the Tormentor. So another free shard going their way here. We'll go on to Toronto, Tokyo. So now you've got the Tombstone saves that can come out, which is pretty impactful. That shard is silly.
Pure, he has found Quinn. Mid lane, the Doom is out. Celery is going to try and save Quinn's life. The chase is on from Pure. He's ignoring Celery altogether. He just wants the Ember Spirit, and he's got him again. Another stun out. Pure taking down NA's finest. Celery will follow up with that as well, going to the grave with his mid player. And Pure, so dangerous to play against, John. This man, he sees the opportunity, he takes it every time. Zero hesitation from Pure.
He just jumps in. These are big kills he's finding as well, and he's confident knowing that with Octarine up, Doom cooldown, it's not the worst thing in the world to wait for. You'll always have it for the next little jump. They'll just go back for their own Tormentor now. They will find the Rubik Shard. You do barely survive that one for save. Well worthwhile. Now you've got the lift back saves, which can be massive in the middle just to reposition your Juicer from danger. Gonna be a big boon here for the side of BetBoom. Gaimin, Axe is up on Duracho. MKB not too far away. So you can start to have a lot more impact on the morph, but just doesn't feel like Gaimin have been able to play around this morphling just yet. Need to kind of center themselves around the Water Boy. Try to find some safe angles for Duracho. Back him up when he does decide to play aggressive. If he does decide to play aggressive. And for Gaimin, and for the most part, they have been just dodging as best they can. Just playing a farm game, which might too much for the morph, but you have to worry a little bit that the Dusa and the Doom can get a lot more off the map every single time you're just sitting farming.
Top lane. The push starts. Gaimin, they're going to start with the bottom tier 2 towers. They have found save. Easy Rubik pick-off. Save put out of position here by Gaimin. That bottom tier 2 tower, not going to last very long here to Gaimin, but they do at least get the top tier 2 for BetBoom's end of things. Or they will at least in just a moment. Glyphs forced out from both sides. I think Gaimin will appreciate this this trade, because they're the ones that don't really want to force a fight right now. Mid lane, Durachio has to be uber careful. There is a Doom available on Pure. He will make it out with the waveform, however. Pure did not want to go into a full squad of Gaimin. 7k advantage to BetBoom, but the game is still very even. 61% chance of BetBoom winning compared to the 39% of Gaimin. That is still very close. That's one team fight, basically.
It's a lot more competitive with game one, at very least here. Bolt Scotty up and running now on Nightfall. Aegis does expire. So if you misplay here for BetBoom, it's a massive opening for Gaimin. Just need to see the effect of Duracho with the Ags. And not showing it off yet. Gaimin playing a very patient game.
They're going to TP away. Mostly, anyway. They'll have Celery, Ace, and Tofu around this bottom side, so it seems like Celery's going to be spotted by Save. Doesn't quite get in range with the blink to get the lift off though, so Celery still going to be okay to run away with the reactive taser. They could look towards Ace, but they are lacking the vision of the Beastmaster at the moment. Quinn's going to join his team once again with an Arcane Rune now up. Roar is committed. For all they got, it's going to be safe, but the Tombstone grab is there. Toronto Tokyo making a bit of time for this Rubik to survive through all of this, as Ace is the one getting caught out. Celery is out with the blast off, at least taking down the Undying, and now Pure's the target, but they've got Ace down, they've got Celery down, and Duraccio, he is being chased. Lincolns will save from the doom of Pure. Quinn is also a target they can try for, but Pure, he is going to get annihilated by Duraccio. The adaptive strike going to be enough, but they've lost GPK as well. GPK not able, can buy back. Quinn will fall to boot. So a 3 for 3 in the end, I believe. And it was. The net worth does favor Gaimin with those exchanges happening. I suppose you do get Duraccio out, which is the main kind of deal here for Gaimin. Just make sure the Morphling survives through all these engagements.
We're not able to get the Doom off from Pure. You need to have a Lincoln's Burst on this Doom. The War Stomp is useful, but it's a little bit awkward with no targeted items here. So you can't just easily get the Doom off. Perhaps you can just buy yourself around that issue here on the Doom, get the Ags down the line. Going their way on Pure, that could be the route they go instead. That should still have some impact up against Gaimin for their part. And starting to find these fights, starting to feel extra strong on Duraccio. Turning into the Pango, universal type, steal away 40% of all his stats. Very balanced for Duraccio to have on the Morphling. We'll see if BetBoom kind of clean up a little bit. They just need a good Doom to somehow come out if they pierce that Lincoln's.
Mid lane, Celery, gonna know they're around with the mines. Tombstone dropped immediately. Celery jumping in with the blast off just to allow his cause a way out. Celery will go down for 40. Gaimin not too interested in a fight, I don't think, though they are still hanging around, but disruption was onto an illusion from Nightfall. Mind you, these illusions with the disruption, they will cause Nightfall and his team a lot of problems in the middle of these fights. Gaimin, even after losing Celery, they will still push in the mid-tier one, the mid lane. And they won't get punished anywhere else. Celery's going to be able to respawn just fine.
No big issues here for Gaimin. In the state of equilibrium for BetBoom and Gaimin, I feel like it doesn't really favor BetBoom until you start to hit the Ags reality here. The Pure, which is still a ways off. The AoE Doom's really the next fight. Beyond that, it's all about positioning, it's all about trying to outplay. Gaimin has a little bit more ease there, just with the saves they have here. Under draft, with the Lincolns being up, with the disruption being on top there as well. It's not the easiest time inside of BetBoom to find one and go. So you're still forced to respond and sort out their lanes.
Mid lane,
Ace.
lift up. They've caught Ace. He's going to try and TP out, but they've got the Roar stolen. Save, lift into the chains, now with the Roar up. We'll find Ace. Duraccio at least gets Toronto Tokyo up at top lane, but it's not a good trade for Gaimin. And next fight, you've got to be worried about this Roar from Save. He's going to have it off cooldown in 25 seconds.
That's where things get a lot scarier. Roaring to stop the roll here, but giving it away for free it's not the play. BetBoom, with that Roar ready on their side, with how far your range is on that Roar, start to feel confident now to find map control back your way on BetBoom's end. They are inching towards this full Daedalus coming in here for Ardusa. Damage output on Whitefall, it's just set to skyrocket. GPK going back for his blink. Pure and just kind of hanging on right now, but starting to feel massive on that Doom. I would love to see him go for the Ags. Instead, he is going for the refresh first. Let's see if that starts to pay off. Gaimin going out with smoke here.
They will. Bottom lane is where they'll head. They see Nightfall on the Deucer. Illusions will be left behind. Top lane also being forced in by Duraccio, so they've got to try and address the top lane. In fact, Pure, he's jumped in. He'll break the Lincolns himself. Duraccio thought he could get away with this. Pure,
Radiant's middle
seeing how many players were down at the bot lane from Gaimin, just makes the immediate jump in. And he has the seed shot to break the Lincolns quickly. It's a very easy pick up there for Pure.
Invisibility.
Finally switching things up in his neutral. And the War Stomp is nice, but you really just want Pierce to be the Lincolns and get control out that way. Again, you are establishing that solid lead for Nightfall. Roshan opens up off the back of that kill as well. Roshan number 2 with Aegis and Cheese. BetBoom playing a slower game, but still in control. The 10k lead up with Roshan going out with no contest on the side of Gaimin.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Things start to look pretty spicy. There's an opportunity for the high ground here for sure. Doom isn't too far off for Pure. So you can look to start to get more of the map under your way and start to look to try and choke out Gaimin if at all possible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Through the bot lane they go. Aegis up. Daedalus almost up. In fact, there it is for Nightfall now. 12k net worth advantage. We know Duraccio, like, if the Doom's on him, it's just the fight's as good as done. And it's really proving not to be that challenging for Pure to get those Dooms off as Gaimin. They're trying to smoke up, be a little bit cheeky. Tofu gets the disruption. Roar out onto Toronto. They'll take the Undying down. Now they've got the Medusa trapped up. This is a big one. They might get rid of the Aegis very early on, but he does pop the Stone Gaze. Ace does get petrified as Quinn is still trying to chase Nightfall down. Will not connect with the Sleight of Fist chains though. So they'll hunt for a little bit more. They'll see Pure on the Doom. Pure using the Scorched Earth and Blink to get out. Quinn still not within range for the Sleight of Fist chains. Is continuing to try and chase but can't reach them. Unfortunate for Gaimin. I suppose at least they get away with an Undying kill, but that's about it.
It's not too bad. Again, you're kind of forcing the issue into Aegis. You're preventing BetBoom from going into the high ground off the back of the team fight. You're still stalling this game out for Gaimin. You're still buying space out for Duraccio, allowing the Morph to try to keep this build up. As the MKB up, going into the Scotty. Duraccio is starting to have some solutions out for the Dusa. I am still concerned about how much they are allowing Pure to get away with though. Has their refresh recipe just lacking the 2 cornucopias, has enough gold for 1 cornucopia. And the double Doom is where things get really, really dangerous. Like a Doom up in Duraccio, Doom up onto Quinn, that's where things go southbound.
Scary indeed, John. Duraccio, like, trying to farm towards that Skadi timing now after the MKB. BetBoom taking back the Dire Triangle. Excuse me, the Dire Jungle. They'll take the outpost away from Gaimin again. Looking towards that top tier 3 tower. Quinn already prepped up to defend this. Nightfall. A little bit of hesitation. We'll move in now. Half mana on the Dusa, but has the Aegis for 2.5 minutes. We'll get the illusions out. Nightfall. Again, it's not going to be the easiest high ground siege. Plenty of ways to burn through the mana pool of Nightfall with his high ground, unless they lose Quinn. Oh, he's been doomed up. Just immediately out with a very cheeky ward placement on the high ground. Quinn is down with no buyback. Look at that ward, John. Right in the top left corner.
Sneaky one. Seen that a couple times before and pays off here. Just outside of vision. And they have to clear out
mana is the Medusa. Nightfall. Gonna get disrupted by Save. Save saving once again. Nightfall not backing off. Still a minute 45 on the Aegis. May just accept the reset. No, he'll eat the cheese. No reset for me. Not the death way. Doom committed. Bottom lane. He's got Duraccio.
Oh my god.
Pure. You just can't keep your eyes off this guy. He's always doing something. Duraccio is gone. GPK to take that one while they're still pushing the top racks.
You are out of mana fully now for Nightfall, but again, Aegis, still a full minute left. Stolen disruption for save. Illusions clear out the mines. That's the beauty of the Rubik in this game. You just keep stealing all the big spells. Nightfall wouldn't mind dying here right now, honestly, for that lack of mana pool. They have managed to stall for enough time for the respawns at the least. But they'll lose the racks.
Well, they'll lose the Aegis at least, but it was expiring. Not a big deal. Can they punish the Medusa? Nightfall, going to be a lot more cautious now. They've got the grab ally with the tombstone, which makes it kind of hard though. If they can't deal with the tombstone, you've always got a bit more save for this Medusa, as they'll continue throwing everything but the kitchen sink onto her. Disruption out again from Tofu. Pure's in though. Pure breaks the Lincolns of Quinn. Has Doom back up in 10 seconds, by the way. They do claim the top racks. They've got to be careful. BetBoom may not back off. They might go again. So Celery's down by save. These Medusa illusions from save with the disruption, just doing so much work for him. And the thing is, again, Doom is available. Maybe not the double Doom for another 40 seconds, but it only takes one Doom to finish this game.
It only takes one. Just need that one big Doom on either Quinn or Duracho. Take them out of that fight. And the scary thing is, Pure could still go for the Ags. Like, if you had Ags on Doom with double Doom, that's where you don't have counterplay on side of Gaimin. BetBoom does feel like they've got this game moderately locked in. One set of racks up, 16k up. Reducer just growing bigger and bigger as time goes on. Going for the full Swift Blink next. And what more could you ask for here for Nightfall? As long as he always has the save coming out from save, then you're pretty happy. Save always lives up to the name, Mike. Every single time we see him.
That save is doing a brilliant job, that's for sure. And like, it's one thing, right? Like, Tofu desperately wants to make sure disruption doesn't go the way of this Rubik. Because like, you saw Save just casually killing off Celery with the Medusa illusions last team fight. Makes it much easier for you to safely push up high ground as well, with the extra illusions that Save can now provide. Go again. Oh, Thunder not committed yet, but Pure, he got the Doom off again. They found the Morphling. Durantio saved for now, but not for long. He is down. Ace, the next target. Buybacks are incoming. Ace, can he get out? He barely can. The game, they've got to try and punish. BetBoom running now. GPK is down. That's one target. Save will be the next target on the chopping block. A Save should drop. Eventually made just as he does go. Durantio would love Nightfall, but another Doom out. Durantio! Pure! This guy is just ridiculous. That's a dieback. Durantio's gone. They've got to fight without their Morphling. They are trying. GPK is going to fight back. Nightfall completely surrounded, but look at this Gigabyte just manning up against the whole squad of Gaimin. And they are melting. GG call surely coming soon. Quinn trying his best to clear it up as best he can. He gets Nightfall. That's one down. Quinn, can he do it? Save. He's there and he gets it. Oh, the Ember is gone. Dieback on Quinn. The last piece of the puzzle. It's going to be Tofu. Tofu is down. Full team wipe. 2 times around. GG's called. GG is called. BetBoom. I mean, John, I'll tell you. I know this is game we're talking about, but BetBoom, they made it look kind of easy.
That they did. Just start to finish. Control once more coming out from them. Sure, a couple more shining moments here for Gaimin,